The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight. Today is August the 22nd. Yeah, it's August the 22nd. Welcome to the show. And I think it's either the third or fourth day of the Democratic National Convention. And I've been checking that thing out. You know, I kind of missed the first day and went back and watched some of that stuff, you know, because I thought I wasn't going to be interested in it. But it's turning out to be pretty good. I mean, you know, as I might be somebody who's a little biased because I'm interested in politics like that and what direction this country goes in. So, you know, a lot of people may not be interested in it, but if you're not interested in it, you probably need to check it out because they're talking some good stuff at the DNC. And I know that, you know, this is just one event and a lot of people making promises and all of this kind of stuff. But, hold on. Yeah, I know this is just one event and a lot of people making promises and all of that kind of stuff. But the main thing is that, you know, to me, is this politically a different mood, a different vibe, a different way of looking at politics and hearing something different and refreshing. Um it's even refreshing knowing what we're up against as a country on the other side. So I welcome the conversation that is being had at the Democratic National Convention this week, and hopefully these messages go forward past the DNC get together, and the country starts taking up these messages and talking points that are coming out of here because they're important. They're important, and it's one of these things to I don't know. It's like a weight for this moment in time. It's like a weight is being lifted off of your shoulders when you don't have to listen to the bullshit and nonsense, the racism and the hate and the divisiveness that's constantly coming out of Fox News, that's constantly coming from the right political thinkers in this country. That's on the political right. They're not right ever. So, but it's been years of all of this fussing and fighting and all of this. It's just been too much. You know, it's frustrating, and it wears down on you. You know, and even though you may not be able to have a regular conversation with people on the other side, at least you know there's one side that is still pro democracy, that still believes in the Constitution, that still have morals and values. There's one side that actually care about the forward thinking progress of this country and looking forward to the future. There's one side that actually has the mindset that we all used to have, leaving something for our children and our children's children. Everybody used to have that mindset. And that is one thing that I felt good about, even as a young person growing up, when I hear older people say, we need to make sure that our future generations is taken care of. At least, that line of thinking is back in the conversation, I think, because we haven't even, all we heard about from the other side is lies, manipulating the facts, demonizing the other side. And even when faced with facts and truth, they double down on their stupidity. And that is just frustrating. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. And the only examples I got over here is ABC and Sarge. I always hit them across the head because they're the closest to me. They're I can throw a rock and hit them, but it don't stop there because it goes beyond the mindset and the thinking of these idiots. Because ABC and Sarge is is a perfect example of how stupid this country has became. And like I said, I always have to give a disclaimer about, I don't hate those guys. As a matter of fact, I will sit down and have a conversation with ABC and Sarge, and still be in my right mindset. Um, but I've got to be honest when I say what comes out of their damn mouths is the dumbest shit that any adult person can say. It's so bogged down in propaganda, and all you hear is talking points, and you can never get into a substantive discussion with them because they deny facts, they deny evidence, and they do that in order to promote their political thinking. So, having said that, I'm enjoying the Democratic National Convention. I think Kamala Harris is going to speak tonight, and I'll just have to YouTube that. But last night or the night before, I was happier than a I don't know, because I got to see Barack Obama speak again, and I got to see Michelle Obama speak again. And guys, if y'all haven't heard those two speak, they just turned that thing out. It was amazing. And even Hillary Clinton, even though I don't want her to be my president, she brought something to the table, and Bill Clinton, because they're Democrats. Those are the type of Democrats that, you know, I get behind, and I support their policies and their agendas, because they've got a history of actually pushing the country forward. They've got a history of actually pushing the country forward and making a difference. I mean, you can say what you want to about the scandal behind Bill Clinton, but whenever you look at Bill Clinton's time in the White House, I think Bill Clinton came in whenever the computer was just hitting the scene. So he had a big economic boom uh in his presidency. Who was the president before Bill Clinton? Hold on, I'm getting old. Whoever it was, they they screwed up the economy. I know that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I got to go look down the damn list, y'all. I'm sorry. George Bush, William Clinton, and George H.W. Bush. Yeah, George H.W. Bush sent us the Desert Storm, and his economy was tanking. Um, and Ronald Reagan and his Reaganomics, his economy was tanking. But when Bill Clinton came into the White House, the economy started booming, right? And then after Clinton, you had George Bush, who tanked the economy, and then the housing collapse and all of that kind of bullshit. And then Barack Obama had to come and straighten out the economy. I don't know why people in the United States can't see that the economy always do better under Democrats. If that is the one thing that you would want to vote a goddamn Democrat in, that is it. There is no, because the Republicans always stealing money. When you look at George Bush's time, Dick Cheney and Halliburton and the military industrial contracts, he was stealing money from the people, our taxpayer money. And then when you look at Donald Trump when he got in, Barack Obama handed him a growing economy, and he screwed that up. You know, so, and then Joe Biden got in and he had to fix the economy. Yes, the economy is good now, ABC. What's up, MJ and ABC? Yes. All you got to do, listen, this dude's a fucking idiot. And I hate teaching him everything. But I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take my time out to show ABC how stupid he is right quick. Let me see how I can do this. I don't know if I can do it. But yes, the economy is better up under President Biden than it was up under Donald Trump. You know, I'm wasting time, so I'm gonna, if I can't make this happen here in the next 3 seconds, I'm going to just stop. Yeah, I'll do it later on in the show. Well, what I was trying to do was I was gonna grab a Dow Jones or one of the stock market trends, and I was going to show you that there was a dip when Trump was in the White House. The economy was sucked, and then if you look at it up under Joe Biden, you can see that it trended upward. ABC, but you can do it your damn self. You got Google, but not unless you're too stupid to do it. You know, you might be too dumb. You might see that trend right on your computer screen going straight fucking north up, and you just might your fucking Trump blinders might not allow you to see that the economy is doing better now. But yeah, guys, if y'all have not, then go download the DNC. There's a lot of boring parts in there, but when you're looking at the people who's putting forth policies and all that kind of stuff, and the things that the Obama and not the Obama, but the Biden administration and Harris administration did for people, there's actually real people with testimonials coming out on stage and actually telling us what happened during this administration and how it applied to them. You know, things like the student loan forgiveness, the insulin, the cap on insulin prices, where insulin used to be sky high and now it's capped at $35. Just the infrastructure bill that was passed and people have gone to work, and the job creation that was made up under this administration. There's a lot of things that has happened up under this administration that we get bogged down in, and we go, well, it ain't helping black people and blah, 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 and all this kind of bullshit. And Donald Trump is confusing you, lying about the economy that he had. And this country is just confused. But when you look at these testimonials and you look at the politicians and they show you, and you can look up the history of this economy up under Joe Biden, then you'll see hands down that the Democrats always have a better economy than the Republicans. Now, all of that other shit that people be talking, I know you got personal feelings about the history of the Democrats and how they treat people. Well, that doesn't matter right now. That doesn't matter right now. What matters is you got a motherfucking candidate, a racist piece of shit that supports white supremacy, that says that he's going to allow the Proud Boys and the Ku Klux Klans and all of those racists that got locked up on January the 6th. He says he's going to pardon those racists. Donald Trump says that he's going to give police in this country complete immunity. That should bother the majority of black people. It just should. You know, and then when I stated that fact last week, you heard old dumbass Sarge try to call in here and tamp it down. He don't have the authority to give nobody immunity. Well, he didn't have the authority to build a goddamn southern border wall either, did he? He didn't have the authority to violate the Emoluments Clause and use and steal money out of the fucking White House and take our tax dollars and make money based off of that office. He didn't have the authority to do that either, constitutionally. He didn't have the authority to take top secret documents and put them in his fucking bathrooms and pool houses down in Mar. He didn't have the authority to do none of that shit. So whenever this man says something like he's going to give the police complete immunity, it's best to listen to him because he has a history. In his rallies, he tells the police officers to beat people up. This is not made up shit. You can Google it. Or if you want me to, I could Google it. He tells people to beat people up in his rallies. So whenever he says he's going to get the police complete immunity, that is a true thing. So I don't give a shit how much Sarge call in here and yell and scream about what Trump has the authority to do or not to do. This man is making campaign promises right now. He's making campaign promises and he's going to try to live up to them once he gets into the White House. We already know that with Project 2025, that gives the police a certain amount of authority up under one of them damn chapters in that book. You know, and yes, we should be scared of the goddamn police. Black people should be scared of the police. Now that sounds funny because the police is supposed to be here to protect and serve, but we know video after video, death after death, murder after murder, police brutality after police brutality, that in our community, that organization is hell-bent on killing us, maiming us, hurting us, and locking us the fuck up. So yes, that should be a bother when you have the most powerful man on the planet telling people that he's going to give the organization that stalks your community and murders your people and commits state-sponsored genocide against black people in the United States of America, that he's going to give that group of people complete immunity. That should bother you as a black person. This ain't like you think it used to be when it comes to the police association with our community. It ain't like that. It's not like no fucking Andy Griffith and Barney Fife. You know, no, that ain't what the police is militarized in this damn country. They have weapons of war. They wear combat gear. And whenever they're faced with a black suspect, whether it's a traffic ticket, jaywalking, or just drinking water, selling fucking Kool-Aid on the sidewalk, whenever they're faced with black people in this country, they go from 0 to 100 real quick. You know, and yeah, we should be bothered when Donald Trump say that he's going to give those people immunity. That just means that they're gonna kick in your goddamn door like they did on Slave Patrol, drag your ass out of the house, and not get held accountable for it. That's all that means. That means you're driving down the road and they think that you made a traffic violation, or they lie on you and say you ran a stop sign when you didn't. They're gonna bust your fucking window, drag you out the window, beat the shit out of you, possibly murder you, and then they're gonna be clear of the goddamn charges. And I'm saying that from this side. So what do you think the people are hearing that actually wear the fucking badges? Those racist motherfuckers are sitting on the edge of their seats waiting for this complete immunity so they can go be the mass murdering, genocidal maniacs that they fucking are genetically programmed to be. That's what the fuck they're doing. I mean, if you're a cop right now and a KKK member, and somebody promise you that you can go out there and kill all the fucking niggas you want to, and you won't go to jail, come on. They're waiting on that shit. They're waiting on that shit. But yeah, Donald Trump, I think, might be in trouble a little bit. You know, I don't have all my hopes up, but I think after this, I didn't know the DNC was going to go the way it was going to go, but I think they're doing pretty good. They're checking all the boxes. Like I said, Barack Obama and Michelle, they showed their ass at this DNC, and it makes you miss them. I miss them. You know, it's one of them things to where these people have been dumbed down so much so that they accept anything when it comes to, I don't know, when it comes to politics, they accept anything because how can I put it? They accept anything because they have no standards. They have no morals. They have no they just ratchet. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You know, they don't care. They have no moral codes. They have no ethics. They have nothing about them that say respect. They don't have any of that because Donald Trump has stripped that away from politics, especially when it comes to dumbasses like Sergeant ABC. Y'all just stupid, man. And you know, I hate to keep talking about y'all, but damn it, you're stupid. But what I did do, because I know people don't like to watch politics that much, I did download Michelle Obama's speech, and oh, what's up, East Coast? And ABC in the chat room. ABC, you know this shit is true because you still stuck on stupid shit. People, I don't even listen to your damn show. People call in here and say ABC was talking about or playing this video. You don't want to move forward. Listen, I want to move the country forward. We should be way beyond all of this divisiveness that we have with one another. And you know what's making me proud? Because I don't watch the conscious community no more. I barely see them. Every once in a while, I'll get something like, I don't know. I see. I don't see shit. But what has been populating my algorithms is young YouTubers of color, black people, and others that they're not they're gonna be all right because they're intelligent and they know what time it is, and there's a lot of young people that's on social media that we don't even see. A lot of us don't even see because we stay in that echo chamber. Just like I was telling, and I don't mean no harm with Brother Joshua, but just like I was telling Brother Joshua last week, whenever he recommended this video from Advice Show or whatever he's calling himself now, that just means that you still stuck in that circle listening to this bullshit. And I ain't got nothing against. I think his name is Phil, but if you listen to him for a hot second, then you'll see that he's one of these prosperity preachers that is making his fame off of black people because he just tried to hit all the marks of anger and piss people off. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just like that's what I just got finished doing, right? But he do it for profit, and he does it. I don't even know if he know any better, but he does it to anger people and cause more divisiveness amongst our community. You should hear the way that he talk about. Well, I don't know if he still do it. He used to talk about black women a certain way, and it's just divisiveness. Once you get into this bullshit of dividing your people, that's why I don't fuck with these guys, these passport bros and this manosphere, these fucking punk ass red bottom he bitches. I can't fuck with them motherfuckers. I just can't. ABC and Mr. Solutions on that dumb shit to where all the black woman is the problem for the whole fucking world. I can't fuck with that. I would love to have a conversation in our community, man versus woman. And if there is some flaws, you should be able to sit down and have an educated discussion and move on about your damn business. You shouldn't walk away from the conversation all pissed off and mad with the woman and blaming her and say she don't listen and all this kind of bullshit. You're not going to change nobody. All of these people that was talking about women need to be submissive and all this kind of bullshit, I don't know. You past that time. You are past that time. All of these people that are anti the LGBTQ or whatever, you're past that time. I mean, hell, if you're not going to get rid of those folks, and way back when I kind of described as, if you want to discriminate against somebody, if you want to cast somebody out, if you want to deny rights to people, then you ain't doing nothing but practicing white supremacy. You're doing the same shit to a group of people that white people did to us. And I do not approve of that. I just don't. I don't give a shit who you is, except for if you're a racist. Now, if you're a racist, I don't give a shit. You can burn in hell. But if you are just a normal person and you're trying to live your damn life, no matter what you are, I don't give a shit about you fighting for your shit or trying to get equal treatment or trying to have a family or whatever the fuck you want to do. Is your life. And the Republicans got these people minding other people's business all the motherfucking time. And black people in the manosphere and the red pill motherfuckers so stupid that they don't know, that they don't understand that they have been fed this shit to hate their own people, whether they're black or straight or got a mixed husband or family. They've been fed so much hate by white people that they're fighting against their own fucking people. They just are. The hate that comes from black people about Kamala Harris and her race is just ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. And it's the same shit that the white man was saying to your dumb ass and will say to you today. This you ain't what how did you stay in your place? This you out of place. You need to stay in your place, so you ain't authorized to hold that position. It's the same shit that they were saying to Barack Obama. White America got mad as shit when that man rose to the president. They got mad as shit when they seen Michelle Obama, a descendant of slaves, living in the White House. They got so mad that they made up lies about that woman, calling her a man and all of this kind of dumb shit. It was just ridiculous. And you can't argue with that kind of shit. You can't argue with stupid people that their argument is President Obama ain't did nothing for us. That is a fucking lie. The economy was in a fucking spiral when President Obama came in. Do you know what would have happened to your black ass if President Obama didn't come and save the goddamn economy? Do you know what would have happened to your black ass if President Obama didn't try to fight for some type of universal health care? Or some black people are being actually saved right now because President Obama instituted the universal health care. So whenever black people say President Obama didn't do nothing for us, I have to tune it out because you stupid. We seen the economy crashing. We saw George Bush walk out of the fucking office with a briefcase with billions of fucking dollars in it before he left. We seen that. We seen George Bush take us into this never fucking ending war. I mean, I don't know what the hell, and I get it. I get it. And I don't mean no harm when I say this. I love my people. I always love my people. But it's one of these things to where we are pre-programmed to accept bullshit and talking points from people who we perceive as authority, right? That don't allow us to think outside of the box. And we have that pre way of thinking due to our religious background. That's just what it is. We would love to sit in that congregation and tell the pastor to lead us here and lead us there. That's what we programmed to do. Everybody is programmed to do that. I had to realize myself that that's the way I think. I have to keep telling myself not to think like that. Even till today, me being a non-believer, for as long as I have been a non-believer, I have to keep telling myself I cannot have faith in any fucking man. I cannot have belief in any individual. It don't matter how many views he got, how much money he has, what kind of car he drive, what kind of songs he made, what kind of basketballs it don't matter. It don't matter who the fuck it is. That's a man just like me. So that's when your reason and your logic start kicking in. Something ABC and Sarge does not have. They do not have logic whatsoever. Because I give you an example. When ABC called in, he called in last week. I don't know if I hung up YouTube or not, but you can hear him in the background screaming. How do you know? We was talking about Kamala Harris's race. How do you know she's black? How do you know she's black? How do you know she's black? And I'm like, this guy's not thinking. This lady says that her daddy is Jamaican, right? And her mother is Indian. Now, you can slice that how the fuck you want to. But at any point in time in that lady's life, she can claim Jamaican and she can claim Indian. Or she can claim a combination of the two. She can call herself in Jamaican or Jamaica Indian or whatever the fuck you could call. She could, because she has that DNA. She can make up her a fucking word due to her DNA and say, this is what I call my damn self. And we can't argue with her. You seen Tiger Woods. He did it. He called himself Kablasian. And people say, what the fuck is wrong with Tiger Woods? I'll leave that man alone. He proud of his fucking Asian heritage and his black daddy. You know, everybody was mad. He ain't calling himself black. He ain't calling himself black. I'm like, okay, well, you know, it sounds silly. I've never heard it before. But his mama is Asian and his daddy is black. And if that's who the fuck that fucker want to be, let him be that shit. You know, but he soon found out. He soon fucked around and found out that he's a nigga. You know, I mean, it takes some trials and tribulation for people to find out, you know, that America is going to treat you according to your melanin level, how they treat you. You know, that's just what the fuck happens in this country. And we have not moved beyond that. I wish we would move beyond that, but we have not. And I think it's going to be a long time coming before we do. Because that keeps us off of the real conversations, right? And the real conversation that this country needs to be having about our community is our economics, the income disparity, the property ownership. That is the real conversation that we need to be having. But we get bogged down in this bullshit, pointing fingers about who's black and who's not. That we don't hold the government accountable and responsible for what the fuck they supposed to be responsible for, because they fucked it up. The government, and this is what kills me about black people, and it don't even take that much thinking. The government is the reason that the African American is in this predicament. It's not the black woman. And black woman is not the black men walking around here leaving all these babies in y'all. It's not our fault. That is not the reason that we're in this predicament. It's not our badass kids, because every demographic has bad kids. That's not the reason that we're in this predicament. But we've been so programmed to point the finger at each other and blame each other for our own situation in this country. And it's not our fucking fault. We are victims. We are victims of racial discrimination. We are victims of the transatlantic slave trade and the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. We are victims of the prison industrial complex. We are victims of being the ones who don't get the opportunity to work in the more advanced jobs that everybody else have. We are victims all over the motherfucking place. We are victims of not being handed down through generation family wealth or property. We are victims. We didn't have the same opportunity that these people had. You got to start the conversation there. Before you start blaming Shakika Nim and Tyrone Nim and Ray Ray Nim, you got to start there before you start blaming them, because you cannot educate those people that has been the victim of society oppression if you don't talk about economics. You can't educate them because they're going to do what the fuck they're going to do to survive. There's nothing you can do about it. We can sit up here and scream about it on social media all day long. You can sit up here and talk about, well, what about black on black crime? You can sit there and say all this dumb shit that you want to say about your own goddamn people, right? Sometimes some of it get on my goddamn nerves. You know, when I listen to Anthony, I want to pull my fucking eyebrows out. But, you know, he's a Hebrew Israelite, but he's a black man in our community. But you cannot have the conversation unless we talk about economics first. That's where the conversation needs to start. And we've been programmed to silence ourselves when it comes to holding the government accountable for what the fuck they did to us historically. We've been programmed to silence ourselves. I remember way back when we used to have the reparations conversations on the phone, people couldn't wait to call BTR and say, Tyrone, you crazy. We ain't no reparations, blah, blah, blah. Even some of the people that are for reparations now used to call and tell me that reparations was a fucking, it was a wasted conversation, right? And that's how we've been programmed to silence each other. Because if one person start talking about reparation, the next black person before white man get to you, gonna tell you to shut the fuck up, and it ain't impossible. You start talking about reparations, people are talking about how the fuck they gonna spend it. People are talking, they're having dreams before you even get to the policy. That's another way of us being silenced, by having these stupid ass conversations, these lofty conversations about who deserves and who don't deserve. That shouldn't even be in the conversation. The conversation should be revolve around constructing an institution or organization to actually stand by pushing that agenda forward, right? Just like, I mean, oh Jesus Christ, they got a perfect example of how shit should be done on the other side. When you look at the Heritage Foundation, those racist pieces of shit, they did not start on this agenda yesterday. They did not start on their agenda 4 years ago with Donald Trump. The Heritage Foundation, I think, was instituted during Ronald Reagan. And ever since then, they've been chipping away at the institutions, at affirmative action, at voters' rights. They've been chipping away at banning books and all. They've been doing all of this shit, getting Supreme Court justices in place, right? That institution has been chipping away and achieving what white racist Americans want to achieve in this country. And on our side, if reparations is the goal, we don't have an institution or an organization that is structured to push that agenda. That's why whenever people start talking shit and pointing fingers at their own community, I'll get involved in the conversation, but it's useless unless we hold the government accountable for what the fuck they did to us. I always say unless the United States own up to their original sin, which is slavery, then we're always going to be in this predicament. Even it goes so far as if we get discriminated against without a doubt from day one. But because we get discriminated against, it's okay to discriminate against the Jews. It's okay to discriminate against Hispanic people or Asian people. It's okay in this country to discriminate against fucking LGBTQ or women, because they will not correct their mistake of allowing discrimination against black people to fester and grow into what it is today. They won't do it. Because if you cut that shit out, if you nib the fucking racism against black people in the butt, then it would be so much harder for you to discriminate against anybody else or bully anybody else. But because we do it to ourselves and this society allows us to do it, other people just do it to each other and other people. But like I said, we silence ourselves when it comes to the economic conversation for our community, right? Because we always get criticized for being victims and wanting to leech off of the government and all of this kind of dumb shit that we say to each other. Yes, the government is supposed to help us. Listen, while you sitting up there saying that dumb shit, the corporations is walking home with pockets full of fucking cash, raising fucking prices on food, gases, commodities, products, whatever. Everything is going sky high, houses and all that kind of bullshit. But you were saying, well, we don't need nothing from the government. Well, I don't want no handout. Fuck that. The government can pay everybody in this goddamn country, even the ones that they're not that are not owed reparations. They can help poverty in this goddamn country because they're funding fucking wars right now. Before the Ukraine war, before the war started with Russia. Is that Ukraine? What the fuck is that country? That is well, Vladimir Zelensky is, wherever the fuck he is. Before that war started, right? I think that's Ukraine. Before that war started, right? Before the Jewish conflict started, right? And we was talking about reparations. People will always say, well, the United States ain't got no money. How the fuck are they going to afford to pay billions of dollars to 13% of the population, right? That was a conversation. Then when the war started, y'all dumb asses just turn your head the other way and don't even give a fuck about where the money coming from now. It's your fucking money, jackass. While people can't afford houses in this goddamn country, they're sending it to other fucking countries. It's your money. People are under this false notion that you run a government like you do a house. I don't know who the fuck lied to people and told them that, but it doesn't take long to figure out that ain't how the government works. That is not how the government gets financed. Money rolls into the government hands over fist every motherfucking second. You just paid your light bill. You just fucking bought a car. You just bought a fucking bag of chips. You just bought some fucking gas. You just paid for your goddamn Netflix. However the fuck, the money is constantly rolling into these you have to pay your goddamn IRS taxes. Right? Other countries owe the United States money. Right? Money is constantly rolling into the United States of America. How the fuck you think Nancy Pelosi got rich? How the fuck you think Joe Biden got rich? They didn't get rich off of no goddamn representative salary or no senator salary. These corporations are paying the goddamn government to pass fucking laws. Money rolls into that motherfucker. We can't. It's unimaginable. I can't even describe how much money rolls into the government. Right? I don't. It's not like a house. I can tell you that. It's not like running a fucking house. Whenever you hear the word debt and deficit, one of those terms is the government just paying itself. It's kind of crazy how we are programmed not to hold the government accountable financially, because we've been programmed by the elite, by corporations, not to even look toward that way and tell the government that they're financially responsible for not for keeping their people out of poverty or paying for goddamn public schools. How the fuck do you listen? Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna just use this, and then I'm gonna shut up about it. We had a time in this country where public schools were good enough for people to earn an education, graduate high school, go to college, become fucking astronauts, physicists, scientists, or whatever judges through public schools, right? Public schools are just fine if you fund them. And then what happened was corporations wanted to privatize schools, right? And they started taking the resources from schools. So now you're buying your children pens and papers and all this kind of bullshit to take to school when the school used to supply that shit. Now the money is going to these private institutions and they're defunding fucking goddamn public education, which I think is stupid as fuck. They want to privatize and they selling us on privatization of schools is better. And they even go so far as to put all the resources into this goddamn investment that they're making in these private schools and allowing them to achieve high scores versus the public schools so they can demonize the public schools. Public schools are fine if you fund them. Public schools would be even better if they stop fucking taking resources from those schools and take the money that the schools deserve and give it to the goddamn teachers. But the teachers ain't part of the goddamn corporations. The teachers usually unionize, and you know the corporation's against unions. So they have to starve the goddamn teachers. They have to defund the goddamn schools so they can make money in their educational institution. It's crazy. But I'm just a fucking country boy. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But that's what the fuck we're dealing with in this country when it comes to these big money corporations and the government actually not stepping up for our community and doing what the fuck they supposed to do. Last week we was talking about jobs leaving this country. And that's because of greed. Cheap labor, slave labor across seas. These people don't want to invest into their own goddamn country, and we blame it on the goddamn government. No, we should protest these goddamn corporations. We should fucking somehow or another find out a way to boycott these motherfuckers that are sending these jobs overseas. Really make them not make no money. If you want to sell your shit overseas, you go sell it to the motherfucking people that you're using as slaves overseas. Sell your shit to them. Don't sell it to Americans. But we just fine with everything that we got having made in fucking China on it. Look at your goddamn collar of your shirt right now. It's got made in fucking China. Look at your fucking shoes. It's got made in fucking some goddamn where. Probably made in Mexico. It's not made here. And we ain't doing a damn thing about it. We're not protesting these people. We're not boycotting these people. We don't give a shit. I don't, and that's what I don't. You know, in that aspect, I think that we have been programmed by the corporations to just accept whatever fucking they do. There is no voice. Now the politicians like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders say that they're gonna, but they ain't shit. They don't nobody listen to them, right? It needs to be a massive movement against the goddamn corporations and boycotting all of these motherfucking people and hit them in the goddamn pocket to make them fucking do right by these people in America. Because this shit is not going to stop. People can't even afford to live nowadays. And then you got dumbass Republicans that want to blame politics. They want to say Joe Biden. No, Joe Biden is not the cause of this shit, you dumbass. Because even, you know, and I go ahead and go and, well, Trump fucked up the pandemic. But 4 years is not enough time to cause the kind of fucking bullshit that we see in this economy under one administration. That's just not enough time. And like I said, if you look at the economy, the stock markets are doing good, you know, up under Biden and all that kind of bullshit. Oh shit, you know, I'm running my mouth. But listen, I don't know if y'all heard fucking Michelle Obama, but that woman is the fucking shiznick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play her audio and I'm gonna let y'all hear Michelle do her damn thing. And then I'll try to do like I do, put it on the screen. And let y'all hear What she said. Now I would want to play Barack Obama too because he fucking kicked ass last night. All of them kicked ass. So I'm gonna shut up and let y'all hear this.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Thank you, guys. Okay, we got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. Yeah. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, We don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. Wait. I want to know, who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But As we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Right on, right on, right on, right on, Michelle, right on. I see ABC in the chat room. He he wanting to do something. What you need to do. Oh, is my line back open? Is yeah. No, but see that's the type of conversation that needs to be had on both sides of the aisle. That way you can have a productive conversation about policy. You can have a productive conversation about who is going to benefit and how they're going to benefit and how they're going to do. Well, the most important thing is how good are they going to do for this country? You know, and common sense conversations in politics have just left the arena when Donald Trump got involved. It's been these name calling, you know, Hunter Biden laptop, Joe Biden is some type of international criminal, and Nancy Pelosi's husband, and all of this dumb shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Jewish space lasers, and Lauren Boebert jacking people off in the theater, and it's just been a whole bunch of crazy shit. And nobody's had actually a conversation about politics. And I'm telling y'all, y'all need to go back and look at the DNC, and listen to those politicians. And I'm telling you, the Democrats have got it going on. And I told somebody this earlier. I think it was Howard. I said, if you look at history, the Democrats have always been more intellectual than the other party. Now, I'm not saying I'm an intellect, but if you look at history and the conversations that are being held politically, you will look at it puts me in the mind of George Bush. George Bush was one of the most moronic people that ever held that office besides Donald Trump. And I can't believe Donald Trump beat his dumb ass out. But the intellect has always been on the Democrat side. And that's why they got the name calling for being in the ivory towers and the elite. And that's why they started talking against education, because Democrats have always been hand down smarter than Republicans. I'm not saying that to make anybody feel bad, but that's just the way it is. Look at the policies they're presenting. Donald Trump literally led off his campaign lying about another country financial responsibility to build a border wall for our country. And these motherfuckers voted for him. If you just flip that shit on his head and look at what happened to the guy that was on the Appalachian Trail cheating on his wife, you look at what happened to the comedian that got kicked out of Congress. You look at all the Democrats that just get booted right away because they are immoral. Was it Anthony Weiner? They just get rid of them because there's no time for that bullshit. But these people are so fucking unintelligent that they embrace stupidity. You know, Michelle talked about having values. They have none. They have none. And when it comes to the African American community, she fucking knocked it out of the park whenever she expressed herself in such a way where she said, we're not looking for a Goldilocks complex where, you know, you got to wait everything's just right before you give them your vote. It ain't no time for that. It ain't no time for that. These motherfuckers are talking about upending our democracy and screwing up the future for your children and your grandchildren and your children's children. We see it happening. They fucking installed fucking extremist, radical Supreme Court justices to undo the Constitution. They have literally taken away rights since they've been in charge. It ain't no time for that shit. So yeah, I miss the Obamas. I miss that what I just heard, and you know I could listen to that all night long. Who's this unknown caller?
Hey Tyrone, what's going on, man?
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, you know, I get real tired of black men that wear their ignorance like a badge, like a coat of armor. It's like, I'm dumb, I'm just going to be dumb, and this is my superpower. Look, ABC, if you want to know Harris's policies, it's a simple Google search. How can niggas look up all the gay shit they want on Google but seem to fall down when it comes to something simple like Harris's policies? How can you find all this minutia of gay shit, you know, easily, but all of a sudden Google don't work for you now? Really, ABC? And this is what I mean about, you know, when you become the joke, because you can find all the conspiracy theories, you can find all the weird shit, all the esoteric doctors, you know, veterinarians that are making a commentary about, you know, COVID and all that, you know, what is it? You know, a podiatrist prescribing COVID vaccination, but you can't find Harris's policy? Are you serious?
Well, you know that was a talking point that came up this week. Whenever they couldn't hit her with, you know, she's not doing interviews. Now they're saying that she don't have policies, and I ignored that until I seen ABC typing it in the chat room. I'm like, Jesus Christ, because she states her policy at every campaign stop. She tells us what she's going to do about Gaza.
Absolutely.
I mean, she do, and Donald Trump has not. If he wasn't worried about policies so goddamn much, what the fuck is Donald Trump policies for 10 years? There is none. But go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
Well, even more than that, Tyrone, you know, even if she wrote it out in crayon, because, you know, it takes that level of simplicity to get through to some of these guys, and even then they won't get through to it. You know, guys like Sarge and ABC are set in their ways. They've already told you how they think and feel. So there's no amount of convincing that these guys can do to change their mindset. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. They're set in their positions, and we know what those positions are, and we know where they stand. But the problem that they don't understand is it makes you the butt of a joke because you are so set in your ways, you don't see that the winds of change are blowing. And, you know, the more you entrench yourself in your ignorance, the funnier you become because the world is moving around you. They're not stopping for you. They're not asking you how you think or feel. They don't care how you think or feel. The world is moving past you and moving around you. It's going to do what it's going to do regardless. The Democrats are going to blow these guys out. This is, I mean, look at the crowds, you know, look at the energy that's coming out. You're not seeing this energy on the other side. You know, Trump is making mistake after mistake. And it's mistakes he can make as a rich white guy. If Trump were a black person, he would have been gone. You know it like I know it. If he was a person of color, with the amount of mistakes he has made, they would have threw him under the bus. You know, so he has white privilege in that he can make the mistakes, he can say crazy stuff and get away with it. But the point being, this is MAGA's coming to an end. You will witness the beginning and you're watching the decline of MAGA. Now, what bothers me more than anything else is the MAGA folks have the ability to change their their position and hide. In other words, remember in the 60s, all those racists in the South that were so vehement against black people going to their schools and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Where are those racists now? You know, they
Well, they
hide
got
amongst
police
us.
badges on.
You know, right? Yeah, they hide amongst us. You know, they're able to be chameleons and act one way when they feel another. Well, it's the same thing with these MAGA folks. And unfortunately, it's a cycle amongst the white community where they hatch and breed hate, and then that hate, you know, infects itself into the generations, and they can walk amongst us without paying any penalty for that hate. So, you know, that bothers me more than anything else, because as black people, we don't have the option of doing it. Once we're branded, That's it. You know, once they brand you a radical or a problem, then all of us become a radical and a problem, regardless of how you think it feels. We can't hide from our skin color. But white people are able to be chameleons in the community and still carry that hate in them. But that's a whole other subject. I'm gonna mute myself. I got a little noise on this end.
All right,
you know, if the agency wants to come, yeah, I said the agency
But hey,
anytime
what up, Joe?
he wants to debate the economy.
What up?
Anytime the agency wants to debate the economy, I'm your Huckleberry. I'm right here. I will call into your show. So anytime you're ready to debate, brother, bring it on. I'm here. I ain't running from you. So there it is.
All right. But one more, and I shouldn't have to do this, but one more thing on the policies with Harris. Like I said, it's a right-wing talking point. When America elected Joe Biden, they didn't just elect him by himself. They elected Biden and Harris. So whatever policies you're seeing implemented right now through the Biden administration, that is also a Harris policy. So I don't know why he's confused. And like I said, as she's on the campaign trail, she's speaking about Gaza. She's speaking about economics. She's speaking about all these things that explains her policies on the campaign trail. And it's one of these things to where they need something to try to beat her over the head with. They can't talk about her race no more because that's not fucking getting any traction. They can't talk about her being Indian. That ain't getting no traction. They can't say she ain't born here no more. That ain't getting no traction. Of course, they're not going to be sexist because half the goddamn voting electorate is women. So they just reaching. So this whole policy goddamn thing is going to die down soon because she does state her policies. But Howard, before you go, I got Miss Elisa line open. How you doing, Miss Elisa?
I'm doing okay, Tyrone. How are you doing?
All right.
Now, I don't have much to say. I agree with what Joe was saying. But I know one of, Tyrone, this is to you. I know one of Trump's policies, because he said it the other day, it was last week, some days ago. He's going to cut everybody in the United States, their utility bills and energy bills in half. He said he's going to cut it in half. Now, that's a policy. Now, we know that is something that that's not something that's even plausible. That's just not feasible. It's not plausible. Will never happen. So those who's looking for policies, find out how he going to do that and let us know. That's a policy. I would like to know how he's going to do that. Cut everybody gas, electric bill, everything in half. How is it? Because see, at this point, they're just saying anything, make up any lie, and people believe it. But his people believe it. They accept that. Ooh, that's policy. He's gonna do that. Oh, I'm gonna do such and such. I'm gonna make it great. Well, how are you gonna do that? You because they're not. They're just making up anything. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Everything's gonna be great. I'm gonna be great. It's gonna be the biggest ever. And you all believe that, and you go along with that. So I want to know, since people are discussing policy, I want to know how they're gonna do that. How they gonna cut all of my utility bills in half? I think that's something we need to we need to investigate that, research that, if we want to discuss policy. I heard some of Harris's policies, and I agree with them because it's the same things. And let's be realistic; they're not going to be able to do all of that. That is the goal, but they're not going to be able to do it all because for people who understand civics, we know how the government works. You have the House, you have the Senate. All that stuff's got to go through them in order to make it to be signed. What is it? Schoolhouse Rock. Everybody remember your Schoolhouse Rock days? That's how that works. So we have to be realistic with that. But the things that have been put forth, I do support that. And one thing I think can get done is child tax credit and paid family leave, those two, and expansion of Social Security. I think those are extremely doable, and probably some more. But I think those are doable because the majority, except the well-off, supports those on both sides of the aisle. Everybody supports those. So I think those can be done. But I am interested how Trump gonna cut all of our utility bills in half. I want to know that. That's it, Tyrone.
All right, Mr. Howard, how you doing tonight, sir?
Yeah, what's up? I really don't have much to say. I haven't been listening long. I had a date tonight with the wife, so I just sit back, bro, and listen to what's going on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So I just sit back and listen.
What's going on.
There's the guy that's talking about gays and stuff in the chat and everything. The other day, some people in the chat reported me, and I will be reporting his ass. So I'm just going to say that. Besides that, I'm good. So ABC, you want to report me? Well, I'm going to damn sure start reporting you. Every gay thing your ass type will be reported to YouTube. And I'm done.
Yeah. Well, once again, we're talking about the next president of the United States of America, and you got these guys going back and forth like schoolgirls. Listen, y'all talk about each other. Y'all talk about each other's policies. Now, guys, y'all need to check out the DNC. They got it going on. They got the DJ up there. It looks worlds different than what the RNC was last week. And Fox News can't stand it. Fox News cannot stand it. They can't stand to see the energy.
Look at the crowd.
Yeah. They can't stand to see the energy.
From the black and brown faces. Yeah.
I wish I was there, to be honest with you. They having a good time. And
it's lit. Isn't it lit? It's lit.
And beyond all that, at least we are hearing politicians state their positions on a whole lot of things, specifically Trump. And then you got a whole lot of Republicans, even people that worked in his administration, that is at the DNC, and saying that they're going to vote for Donald Trump. But that ought to wake people up, but I know it's not. But I don't know what kind of hold this man has on people. You know, you guys been indoctrinated so hard that you can't, you don't understand that you're going against your own goddamn country whenever you're supporting an extremist agenda like Project 2025 and what they stand for. I don't understand how y'all could be so wound up not to see that. But there's a lot of people.
I can explain it, Tyrone. I can explain it. It's very easy. You know, we're moving and have moved into an increasingly complex world. You know, so many things are intertwined on so many levels. And, you know, what people long for is a simpler time when things were a lot less intertwined and interconnected with one another. So when you get a guy that comes along that promises simple solutions to complex problems, it appeals to those who cannot comprehend the complexity of the problem.
Are that many people that stupid, Joe?
Yes.
God,
they are. Yes, they are. Yeah. Most people don't even understand or know how the price of oil works. They really think the president controls the price of oil. You know, this is why you hear them talking about gas prices. The president has no bearing on the price of oil. None. Oil companies control the price of oil. and they're always going to make it so that they make a profit. All right. So, most people talk about capitalism, but don't understand capitalism. So they hear the words, but don't understand the complexity behind the words. Like they hear tariffs, they don't understand that a tariff is a tax on you. It's not on the other guy, it's on you. You're paying more for something, not them. They're doing fine. So it's like, the more you can conflate and confuse people with the words, then when you provide a simple solution to a complex problem, you get a guy like ABC. It sounds good to me. Oh, it sounds really good to me. But the world doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean that. Go ahead. I don't. And like I said, the Democrats has always been smarter. And I'm just being honest. I don't want to insult nobody's intelligence, but they always have been smarter than the Republicans. And I guess they don't know how to. The Republicans don't know how to fight politically without reaching for the lowest common denominator, which is dumbasses. And I guess that's being shown in this political race because the shit that Donald Trump be saying and the Fox News be saying, it has no substance whatsoever. Jesse Waters and all of those people over there, they just, I don't get it. I don't understand. Go ahead.
Because Tyrone, they know the people, a lot of the people don't understand. That's how they're able to get away with it. Like people saying inflation. Look how high things are. As soon as you say, well, you know that the executive office has something to do with that. Actually, the government has something to do with that. That's the corporation. That's corporate greed. But one thing, and when you try to tell them that they could have been doing something more or, cracking down on more of this stuff, if one party didn't have the House, all of that stuff tied up with impeachment, BS, with Hunter Biden's laptop, they got nothing much done. Nothing. There was no oversight. And I heard what's the young lady from Texas, Crockett. She said the oversight committee has been unhinged and in shambles. She said ever since she got there, and remember when she gave her speech at the DNC, nothing has gotten done. Nothing.
Yeah, they're talking about impeaching Harris now. She ain't even the president.
Yeah, talking about impeaching, and then you got somebody else who what they're talking about now is they're gonna open up an investigation into Walz because he might be over there in China because he went there for his honeymoon or something.
Yeah.
And he taught school, English or something or other over there. So they're opening up more taxpayers' money wasted on BS. Well, they do nothing. And inflation has been able to run amok. And then when people try to tell them, that the corporations made more profit, like after COVID died down and things got, first we get that they have a right to inflate the prices because we had a supply chain issue. But things has been so inflated to the point where they made record profit. So that means the supply chain issue has been solved, and they did it anyway, and they went up and up and up and up, and they haven't been regulated, and it's out of control, and this is corporate greed. And like I heard Bernie Sanders did a interview, a speech or something, excuse me, a couple of weeks ago, how corporate greed is so off the chain right now till it's pathetic. And you have to look at that. Why they made so much profit? Because they overinflated everything to the moon. And people aren't paying that kind of stuff any attention. And well, look at this inflation is bad. And then it tells you, people do not understand how it works. And the party you're supporting, they're one of the reasons why there was not hardly any checks, oversight checks and balances. None of that was done because they were investigating Hunter Biden's laptop for the past few years. That time, and they've been fighting, and just the mischief and the this. And then this is the thing that really irks me: the border, because Trump was on earlier today talking about the criminals from the asylums and stuff in Congo, from the Congo, have been released here. The border, and this is great, and the country's this, that. And they can't control it at the border. And then people who trying to educate the people, they'll show the video where they were bragging that they managed to stop the bipartisan legislation down there for the border. And then they ignored that the people who actually work down there, the agents and the this and that, they were so disappointed that happened because it was going to give them more money and more help and more this and that. But they killed it. So it would help him be president. And then they had the Republican, very conservative Republican, who started out. He was the one that helped to put the deal together so they could do it bipartisan. And he said that he had Republicans come to him and say, he said before they even put out anything that was in it, now, there was a lot of pork in that, and that I didn't agree with, but nonetheless, in that bill. But we're not going to discuss that. But he said that that they were coming to him and tell him, if you put this thing up and if you do this, that he was like, they hadn't even seen what was in it. It was bipartisan. That we're going to stop it and we're going to defeat you. Oh, and people ignored that. And then Trump was saying that he was out last week. Iranians, they have the nuclear weapons that they got. They didn't have it when I was president. They had none of that. They didn't do this, but now they do. You all are so much safe, but nobody knows. Nobody
they just stupid.
That he was the one that tore up the deal that Obama had in place to keep them from doing that, agreed upon by both sides. It's just and then the average person doesn't understand how government works.
No, they don't. And because as you was talking about regulations earlier, they're the one that want to deregulate everybody. They don't want the corporation to have regulations which allow them to have profits, soaring profits and all that kind of stuff. But then again, they want to complain about how high everything is. But the government would regulate them so they won't raise the prices like this. They can penalize them through regulations to try to get the negotiate the prices back down and stuff. You can actually, the government can actually sue these corporations if they allow them to not do this.
Allow them to do it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Trump administration wants to gut all of these government agencies so there is no oversight on anything. That they all have to report to him. And then Trump lying, talking about bacon went up 100% and all kind of foolishness. Yeah, you all ain't gonna be able to smell bacon if he get back in there, because he plans to gut any type of oversight, any type of regulation, and let the corporations run wild. And just like Joe was just talking about tariffs. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna slap tariffs on all. We're gonna slap tariffs on all of these people. Go ahead, Americans, share that on if you want to. You're the ones gonna have to pay for it. Because people don't understand how these things work. And like you said, Fox News and them over there with the lies and with the this and with the that. Today they had Trump on there today lying about he don't know nothing about Project 2025. But anyway, that's another story. But they're over there doing that because they know the average person, they don't understand how government works. The average person, I don't know if they were playing hooky. A lot of these things, how government works. We learned this in 7th grade civics. A lot of people, they don't understand how these things work. And you see it when people are talking and saying these things. And when you're in the comment sections, and I say this all the time online, you can't give anybody a whole civics lesson in a comment section on a post.
Right.
You can't do that. You realize that they do not understand how any of this works. But Tyrone, real quick, I want to go over something real quick. Something I said on TRS, something I said a couple of times on TRS, and when I make a mistake, I do like to correct it. I don't know if how many people's listening or whoever, but I did say this, and I stand by it. But I know you heard me say this a couple of times, that Donald Trump, that I don't think that he is all that racist. I think that he is one of the whichever way the wind blows type people. If the racists say, we'll give you power, money, we'll do this, yeah, I'll go that way. If the blacks say, we'll give you power, we'll give you money, I love y'all. I do. And I do believe that. I still stand by that. Whatever it is that can get him what he wants, his immediate gratification. I do still believe that. I still believe he's like that. But I was wrong to say that Donald Trump, he's racist now because he's president. But pre his presidency, he was a bigot. And I was stupid and foolish to actually say how I expressed it. I was. Because I was still giving him a little bit more doubt than he was deserving. I was giving a little bit more doubt than what he was deserving. Yes, he man is bigoted to the core, and now that he has power, he's racist to the core. His father always knew he was a bigoted racist to the core because he was a slumlord.
Well, yeah, I still say racist. As a matter of fact, at the DNC tonight, they had the Central Park 5 come on stage, and that just
really?
Yeah, that just drove the point home even further for me because those men are free, they've been exonerated, and Donald Trump is still on. That he think that they should have got the death penalty.
They should have got executed.
Yeah.
He doubles down, but and Trump's father was a bigot and a racist because their family said that their grandfather was. And it was slumlord in the way how they maneuvered here in the DMV back when Trump was a young man. And his father owned properties and things here. His father couldn't come back he could come back to the DMV, but they had warrants out for his arrest for slumlording. And he sent his son. I'm not going to get into that story, but yeah, I was giving him. Well, I'm one of these type of people. I like to give a little bit of the doubt, but I still do believe he is one of these types of people that whichever way the wind blows, that's which way he will drift. If it will meet his immediate, needs, his immediate gratification for his own needs, if it's immediate, it doesn't matter who's going to give it to him. He will bend this way, he will bend that way, he will bend all the way over and let whoever do what they need to do from the back. That is who he is. But yes, he's bigoted and he's racist. He's all of that through and through. And he still is a whichever way the wind blows type person. He is. Because usually very dumb people who really don't understand the ins and outs of how things work. And he's an idiot. He's dumb. A lot of times they are whichever way the wind blows because they don't really understand how things work. And I didn't realize he was as dumb until he made it to the national stage. And he is really dumb.
Well, I mean, his support for the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and all of those people having Nick Fuentes over for dinner and not disavowing David Duke. I mean, I get what you're saying because he has a history of socializing with everybody. But
yeah,
in white America, they get along with us, but that don't mean that they not racist. you know. And Donald Trump, I mean, so if you're not racist, then you wouldn't want to hang out with those racists or give them pardons or whatever, you know, or not even acknowledge that group of people should not even be. You should disavow the group of people. He don't even go down that route, you know.
Don't even do that. But I think he cares about himself more. If I had to put a finger on it, he cares about himself more than he actually cares about being racist. I don't think Donald Trump, I don't think he really gives a shit about, excuse my language, about too much of anything except self.
Yeah.
His children and stuff like that. But he's also dumb. I know when we were growing up, we were told, don't call people dumb. Nobody's dumb. Some people are just not quite as educated, or they're lacking.
Well, we passed that time, Elisa. I get what you're saying. We passed that time, and they opened the can. Well, that's why I keep calling Sergeant ABC stupid. That's why I keep calling the damn Republicans stupid. Because that's what the hell they are. There's no other word. They just.
It's crazy. It's craziness.
Hey, look, Tyrone. Raskin said it best the other day. He said, "Hey, J.D. Vance, the only reason you're in that position is because they tried to kill the guy that had it before you."
I know, ain't that ridiculous?
Yeah. So there's no response to that. I mean, there's no comeback from that.
I mean, none of his staff, like his immediate staff, there's a whole bunch of them that just is not supporting him. That should tell people something. At least the media.
No former presidents either.
Yeah,
former presidents.
At least the media should be reporting on how that ain't right, you know. And you're right. There is no former presidents coming out supporting the Republicans. And then last night you had the stage with Bill Clinton. I don't know. I would have been shocked if George Bush walked up. I bet his little crazy ass wanted to walk up there.
He should though.
Yeah, he should.
He should. Because you know what? His mother came out in support of Hillary, but that's his mom. That was Barbara. But he should. He should. Dick Cheney and them people, they never come out in support, like publicly with their mouths. But they all did sign this thing where they don't support him and a lot of.
Well, no, Dick Cheney did make a video when his daughter was on the January 6th committee. He made a video talking about Trump.
Yeah, they all have. It's something or other that they all signed, and it was like signed. George, and I forget what his wife's name is, Dick and his wife, and this and they wife, and this and they wife, and they all signed this. They all signed it. They all let their names to it that they do not support him. Now they're not going to come out and endorse. They're not going to do that, even though other Republicans have it. Other Republican politicians have. But they did that. I can pull it up and I'll find it and read it. All of them came out and they in not support of this man. They're not going to support a Democrat because those are rhinos.
Yeah.
They're not going to support a Democrat. Sad. And that's what the Republicans call them, rhinos. But all of them did come out with their wives, such and such, and such and such, and such and such, and such and such. They all came. They don't mess with no. They don't want nothing to do with MAGA. Don't want anything to do with that. And that's why it's crazy to me that some black people are supporting. I was taught when I was growing up, when we would go to different things like at festivals, whatever, we were little children. When you see people running, don't stop to look to see what they're running from. You run with them. Most black people, we're taught that you run too. When you see the crowd is running, you run. Don't stop and see what's going on. You find out later. When you see people running from that and trying to get away from that, and people you know who are staunch that, when they start dipping, why are you going towards it? That makes no sense. That's idiotic. It's idiotic. But that's what some of our people, they run straight to it, and you hear them using the same talking points. And I would suggest there's a young man online. He's on the Mother Jones. He has a channel on Mother Jones on YouTube, and some of you guys may have seen it. He did a whole little docu thing about Black Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw it. And he was trying to get into the mind of Black Republicans, some of these preachers, and he was on the damage report, and they were asking him about it, and they asked him, "Do you think some of this is grifting that's going on?" And he didn't want to say, you don't want to label, even though they're your people, Black people, you don't want to do that. You don't want to label them all as grifters. But what I saw from his little document, the thing that he put together, and was talking to some of the louder Black MAGAs, some of the questions and things that he was asking them. And these are people that have platforms. One or two is a preacher, a couple of them, they used to be very hotep and this and that, and they're supporting it. And what I heard as a Black person, and you all would too, what you would hear, that I heard as a Black person, they're grifting. They definitely are grifting. We know grifting. Because some of the questions that he was asking, and so yeah, they're grifting. But I don't understand why such and such he would ask them. And the answers they gave back, they're grifting. So he don't want to label people in his community as all grifters. But what he said, some of it is that, but he do believe that some do believe that. And then when they asked him, well, how did they get past the enormous amounts of racism and bigotry and all of that stuff? He said that's when they do the individual thing. They start individualizing everything. Well, I know they're not talking about me. That is the only way that you can get past that. The ones who truly believe that stuff,
Yeah.
that is the only way you can sidestep that. You have to, instead of group, and then when they ask, what about all of the racism and all the hateful and all the this and the that, then you have to pull back from, they're good for Black people, they've done the most for Black people need this. Then you pull back into the individual. It's just me. They're not talking about me, per se. And that's how they're able to justify it. I just wrap all that up into their grifting. And sad thing is they're trying
Well,
to
it's more than grifting. That there's a psychological problem wrong with these people. Just like Sarge love white people, ABC love white people. Anything is that white people say is they're going to take that advice before they take anything from a Black person. It's a mental thing going on with those people. I think I seen that documentary you talking about.
You probably did.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was very good, very insightful, especially that preacher, because I had to laugh at him. That was absolutely, he had on his little shiny looking little suit, and how he was all scrunched up and just talking and showing all these things. And I was like, you know what? Whoever belonged to your church, he was the one. It was his church. You remember when Trump?
Yeah. So listen, in that documentary, was they at the RNC and then they thought Trump car was coming? Yeah. I seen that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that documentary too.
They got all happy and they was all excited. And then that black lady, Michaela, whoever said he just rode by and waved. She don't even know if he waved or not. It was crazy. It was funny.
He waved at them, and it was funny. I had to laugh at that. And I mean, but that dude with the black church, he's grifting. He definitely is. He's grifting.
Yeah, he told you he was. He said he was a former drug dealer. He told you he was grifting.
Yeah, he did. He is. I forgot that little piece. He is a former drug dealer. So he said, now I'm going to pimp pulpit. So, it's sad. I mean, I don't care that he does that. I just care the people who he take advantage of doing it. That's the thing that, gets under my skin. But it looks like his congregation is a bunch of white folks. So I don't care if he pimped them. But I just don't want him pimping our people, because our people, they ain't have no money, so they don't have money like that. And you taking advantage of these people, you know. So it's grifting. And there's a lot of them all over YouTube. I'm not going to name any names. They're grifting on that stuff too. Voice rocking. Anyway,
Charleston White.
So,
Charleston White.
yeah, Charleston White. Yeah. Nadine. I'm not gonna say no names. So they over there. It's the grifting, because they don't. Some of them not coming out and saying they support MAGA, but and how they say, because we as black men, we have our own. We finally got us a mic. We finally got us a voice. No, you guys have always had a voice. You've always had a voice. The women didn't used to have a voice for a good while, but you've always had a voice. I remember hearing black male voices back during slavery. Frederick Douglass, y'all had a voice. Not many voices, but you had a voice. You are then moving as you went on and on and on. I can name you some that had a loud voice that carried throughout the world. Dr. King, you've always had a voice. It's just that the problem is now too many people got a mic, but you can't take it from them. And it's what they're doing with the voice, and they're grifting, and they're playing the fence, and they're playing both. I mean, it's what you're doing with that voice is the problem now. You do have a voice. You've always had a voice. But you have to look at how you're using your voice now. So, I don't know. We got a lot of grifters.
Let me interrupt you a second, real quick. You hear that, ABC? You could be making money with your selloutness, but you selling out for free, bro. you could be making money, and you selling out for nothing. Damn, bro. You need to get on the grifting train, man. I mean, I'm sure there's space enough for you. All right, I'll slip in. That's all right. I couldn't resist.
But I don't know. I'm tired of the grift, Tyrone. I'm tired of people in our community with this grift. And I heard you say that you don't listen to a lot of conscious stuff anymore.
Right.
You know what? I guess you live and you grow. I don't listen to any of it anymore.
Yeah. That's how I found that one guy that y'all talking about now, because I listen to a lot of people like him, that did the documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of other black content providers that's not into this bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things and very informative. But you see how we've grown. I've grown. I can't say we. I've grown. I've seen you too grow, but you have to say that for yourself. I see how I've grown since the inception of PRS, because I was like, I'm conscious. I'm conscious. You know, I was so proud of myself. I'm conscious. I don't listen to any of that stuff anymore. I just don't. I have grown. I'd rather watch a cooking video. People who are out here trying to teach people 7th grade civics.
Yeah.
And trying to teach people, you know, that's really putting some good information out here to the people. And then I don't listen to any of that anymore. And you want to know what? That's sad. Because some of it is a lot of good and a lot of that. There's some good in it.
But there is, but you got to know how to take it. You see, some people take it and internalize it, and they use it as a way of life. You can't do that. If you're just using it for entertainment, like Howard said that he listened to a lot of it. I don't think Howard internalized it and tried to, live that way. But you got a lot of people that just soak that in, and they believe these content creators, and like you said, that's all they're doing is grifting too. And I ain't hating on them. They can make their money however they make their money. But it's the influence that they have on people with all of this misinformation and disinformation that they're spreading.
I a lot of bad, because once I hear like the men Once they start, it was someone I was listening to, and he was telling how he had got off the MAGA train. He was a young black man. I don't follow him. His video just came up in my feed, and he was doing real good. I was like, oh, it's so good to hear how he found himself when he got off the black MAGA this and that. He said because he used to be real deep in red pill and all of that.
Well, at least I think I
moved.
listen to the same guy too. How are we getting the same people now? I don't know his name, but I think I listened to him too. Did he go to the DNC and interview people?
No. This is somebody different. You
okay.
This guy. And because he just happened to came up in my feed, and I was like, okay, what he talking about? And I listened, and he was saying how he graduated up from red pill, he graduated from this, then the MAGA. That's like that is the steps that they take. Incel, red pill, MAGA. That's the progression that goes with that. And then he graduated up out of MAGA, and he was saying that after he realized that how racist and all this, okay, it took you that long, but anyway, people take baby steps, and he graduated from up out of that, and I was so proud of him. He said, because I had to realize it was the government and the black woman that kicked the man. I was like, okay. You got another way. You got a little bit more to go. So when he started that, it was the black woman and the government who kicked the black man out the house, and they did that. And she was the black woman was the white man's tool. He didn't know and I was like, oh, okay. But he got a ways to go.
Yeah, everybody was stuck on that whole the welfare kick the black man out the house stuff. You couldn't get past that, but that was
we couldn't get past that.
Yeah.
And you want to know what? But the thing is, there is some truth to it. In some of the states, they do that. Until I can't quote the Supreme Court case where this black woman took her thing to the Supreme Court, and they kicked that down, said it was unconstitutional because the few states that were doing that, like No Man in the House, they didn't do it for a long time, but there were a few states that did do that. They were trying to do that.
Well, no, I believe that they still got that policy, Elisa. If you getting government assistance, you can't have people living up in your house. I think that's a thing. But
that ain't got nothing to do whether it's a man or whoever.
Yeah, but it ain't got nothing to do with the black community either. Everybody falls up under that.
You can't. No, but if you are a family and you all need assistance, you can get it. But it was some particular states that they were, as far as if your boyfriend, because they didn't want boyfriends and stuff like that living in the house. And I will be honest and say that no, boyfriends and stuff shouldn't be living up in the house and you getting assistance. But if he does, because people got a lot of that from Claudine, but he can, and if you marry him, we're gonna take you off, which is
right.
And he support you, but those children aren't his. Like they're your husband or husband, whoever the fathers are involved in that. They will still get their support, their this and that, but we will cut you off, and he will have to take care of himself and you. And I don't see anything wrong with that. That's how it should be. But they was like kicking him out of the house. He can't stay in the house. Well, no. If he's going to stay there and you and him are together, you should get kicked off. You should. He should be taking care of himself and you. Those aren't his children. So,
Well, yeah, and what the men expect, they expect the government to take care of them too. See, the government is giving that money away because that woman finds herself in a certain predicament with children, and the children got to eat. I don't know how. I don't see nothing wrong with it. If you need public assistance, you got to get it.
Either.
Yeah.
And people was like, cause they showed y'all how it is on the movie Claudine. And I remember I had to tell people, you might want to go back and watch Claudine again. Y'all got to run. Y'all listen to what somebody said online that's in Claudine, cause it's not. It's not. And the problem with it, I was able to get a clip of that to show people that's not in Claudine. And Claudine, and remember people was like, cause they showed y'all in Claudine. No, they didn't. Claudine said in the movie Claudine, they did the same thing I just did.
Mm-hmm.
They told James Earl Jones and Diane Carroll, because he didn't know if they were talking about they were going to get married. So they went to go speak to her caseworker, and she explained it to him how it works. The dependent children will still get their health care, their food, and they will still cover a portion of their rent, all of that. But if you and her get married and you all decide to be together, she will not be covered under any of that anymore.
Right.
You take care of your wife, but that has nothing to do with the dependent children, because they weren't his children. And then they also said, but if you and her have a child together, that's your child. You and them, but those children, they depend. I think some of their fathers was dead or something. I don't remember what it was. And I said, y'all need to go back and watch that. That's not true. On Claudine, they explained how that was. You all are missing. You all are hearing somebody else saying y'all read on social media that's how it was. They told you how it was in Claudine, and y'all don't believe it. Y'all read that instead of seeking the movie out to see what was actually said in the movie. The movie said no such thing, and that's how misinformation and propaganda gets spread.
Oh yeah.
Because I kept seeing people say that about Claudine too. And guess what? I had the movie Claudine on DVD. I had found it in a you know how they have it in a $3 bin?
Mm-hmm.
And I went and watched it. And I was like, that's not what it said in Claudine. Claudine they actually explained how it works. The dependent children, which were not his, they still covered. But he married Claudine. Him and his wife, they are not. And I'm trying to understand what's wrong with that.
Well, it's these people on social media. You know, they always got to blame the woman. Every time they get in a conversation, I be thinking about why y'all don't never talk about all of these men that's walk around leaving babies everywhere.
Well, it's too. That's why I don't gender war.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's too fast. I don't gender war because all of it is nonsensical.
Exactly.
Because I will say it's nonsensical. Because the women do bear responsibility. Everybody bears responsibility for the mess. Everybody bears responsibility for the mess. I don't even like to talk about it too much. That's why I do not gender war, because it's nonsensical. Everybody bears responsibility. That's just my stance. And then I get called pygmy and a mammy, because I'm not gonna pick no side. Everybody bears responsibility.
Well, the ignorance online run deep, you know, and I don't know why people. It seems like it seems like people that's pretty well educated, they fall for it too. I don't get that mess either.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm not gonna gender war with anybody. We all bear responsibility. We know the systemic issues. Put that aside. We bear responsibility for some of our actions up in that. Everybody does. That's where I leave it. I'm not gonna gender war with you, because when it boils down to it, we all we got. So this is nonsensical right here. To do this, it's nonsensical. We're all we got. Oh, Tyrone, I see you put up. So the DNC, they're coming to an end, right?
Yeah. I had the subtitles down there. It looked like she was talking shit. It looked like she said some pretty good things about Gaza. So I just read it real quick. So.
I'm gonna catch her speech later, and see what all that she had to say. I'm happy, and I'll tell you why. I'm happy it's coming to an end.
Yeah.
Because it was lit. I enjoy most stuff. I enjoyed what I saw, which was a good bit. And I like the roll call, how they did that. That
Oh
was
yeah.
awesome. When they had all the states come out, my state represented. Yes, Maryland. They had respect. They had respect playing. Our sexy governor was out there with the people. He represented Thurgood Marshall. He represented what's her name? My Shero, Miss Harriet Tubman, all the greats from Maryland. And they had Aretha Franklin playing in the background. Respect. Yes, y'all gonna respect little old Maryland. You're gonna respect us. Yes, we got
everybody had a good time.
It was good.
And it was a change of pace from the
RNC.
RNC. The RNC was about doom and gloom and fear and scaring people and all that kind of stuff. This wasn't even about that.
And tampons on the ears and racist and bitch, you know, it was a breath of fresh air. I knew they were gonna do a good job. And see, because when you go second, you can do better. You can put on the dog more than those who went first. And I thought they did an excellent job to help keep the momentum going. But I'm happy that it's over, and here's why: because of the protest outside.
Oh yeah, the Gaza protest.
I was afraid that provocateurs would join the protest and cause a big hoo-ha-ha, and that would overshadow, what they were trying to do.
I saw Fox News is covering the protests outside instead of what's going on inside, so they're trying to make.
Because they were hoping for provocateurs and people to disrupt.
Yeah.
To overshadow. But I see it's going off, so hopefully we don't hear about anything too bad that went on outside on their last night, that it will go off without a hit, because I support Palestinian freedom. I do.
Oh, yeah.
I want a ceasefire, but I just think a lot of the strategy is off in a lot of ways how they do things.
Yeah, they need to stop letting the Jewish people take control of the narrative when just people that want to support Palestinians, they should allow them to support Palestinians without calling them anti-Semitic. It's crazy.
Yeah, and just with them. But they also, when they have protests and marches, they need to have, because it took Black Lives Matter a minute to learn when they was having the protest of George Floyd and different things like that. It took them a minute to finally catch on. You all need to have watchers. So while you're peacefully protesting, I don't care whom it is. If they're looking like they're getting ready to get out of control, you stop that. And because when they protested Netanyahu, a couple of weeks back when he came to speak to Congress, I think they were provocateurs, and some of them got out of control. They defamed like some of the monuments and some of the things that was going on in the city. And no, don't do that. I understand your pain. I'm with you. I stand with you. But don't do that. And the reason why I don't do that, because that overshadowed the peaceful protest.
Well, yeah, like you said, I believe I'm gonna say Black Americans. We know how to protest. We've been doing it since this country existed, I guess. But like you said, the provocateurs that get in there, I think that they are purposely sent into these groups to cause that disruption.
Yes, they are.
And
they are to cause disruption and overshadows everything that you do. If you are out there protesting for Palestine and you see somebody climbing up on one of the monuments or one of them things, make them come down. Even if they part of your group, make them come down. Wave over the park police to come get them down from there, because that's going to overshadow, and it did. The burning of the flag, even though that's one of our constitutional rights, we can do that.
Yeah.
But don't do that, because that's going to overshadow your whole purpose. And they're going to call you Hamas supporters, and they're going to call you anti-Semitic. And that they hate this country and they hate the middle. No. You got to keep some of that rhetoric down. your strategy and how you're doing things. Because you want to be heard. And they were saying that they wanted someone to be able to speak and to hear them and hear their voices. Well, from my understanding, V.P. Harris met with the families of some of the people in Michigan, some of the families of different people who have family in Palestine, West Bank, Gaza, that have family there. That she met with some of them behind closed doors, as it should be. That woman is working under someone else's administration. It's not her administration. It's Biden.
Right.
And it's only so much. It's only so much she can say and do. She has to uphold her duties under Biden. He's still president, guys. She has to uphold her duties under his administration. That's what she took the oath to. And people expect her to just, I'm going to do this. I'm going to stop. I'm going to do this, and we're going to do an embargo. We're going to do blah, 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 blah. You want her to win this election, right? We want her to win this election. But Trump already said what he going to do.
Well, she's being strategic about. She is addressing it, but she's not disrespecting the Jewish people as she addressed it. But she's really saying that the Palestinians, shouldn't be suffering under the hand of Israel.
Shouldn't be suffering like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's all you gonna get, because she's working under someone else's administration.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get all of this stuff. So y'all keep up with your bad strategies.
Well, no, she ain't gonna dog. She ain't gonna dog Israel now. That would be stupid.
She's not gonna do that. That's not happening. That's never gonna happen, because it's not her policy. It's not Biden's policy. It's American policy. And guess what? It's not only American policy. It's Western policy. So, and it's like, people, y'all hard to understand that. That type of stuff, it's gonna take a minute to try to break through that wall. And if Trump get in there, he's already said out his mouth that he told Netanyahu, before I get back in there, y'all get this here done. And he said, if not, when I get in there, I will give them everything that they need to get it done. He gonna put the pedal on the gas, he's gonna put his foot on the gas, and Palestine will become a memory.
Yeah, just like if Trump got in the office, he let Russia take over Ukraine, and then he'll let Israel kill all them damn Palestinians.
Kill them all. It will obliterate all of them. And you see beachfront homes up the Gaza Strip. So y'all keep up with this. You got to use some strategy. And you know this. And then, I don't know if you were paying attention to the fighting that's going on TikTok against the Palestinian and the other Arab Americans and Arabs from other places fighting with the black people on TikTok. Are you aware that that's going on?
No, I ain't been paying no attention to that.
Yeah, they got it going. I've been following it from different YouTubers, been compiling things that I've been reading about it. They're pro-Palestinian, which the black people on TikTok, they were pro-Palestinian. They did support them. They do support that. You know, black people going to support anything about freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're upset because black people are prioritizing that they're saying that I'm gonna vote for Harris and Walz because of what's going on here in America. We got to save. We got to put our life vests on. We got to put our gas masks on because these people are out here trying to destroy us. And they're calling them hypocrites. They're calling the black people colonizers, like the white folks. They have been fighting to this blood over there on TikTok. Palestinians.
Well, I mean, those Jewish people need to just stop. They done took all them people land.
Not Jewish. Palestinian people are fighting against the black people.
Wait a minute, now why is the Palestinian fighting against black? That don't make no sense.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not Jewish. It's the pro-Palestinian freedom, which most of us are, and the Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans who were very supportive of the Palestinian cause and posting the Palestinian flag and going to the marches and stuff pro-Palestinian. When the election thing came up and Biden went out there and froze, people got scared. When Biden froze, people got scared. It was like, oh, snap. We ain't been paying attention to home. Project 2025, and we didn't hear all this. And then when they got Kamala, and the momentum started building, some of those black people who are pro-Palestinian, they were pro-Palestinian freedom. I'm making sure how I say it because of the algorithm. Pro-Palestinian freedom, they're saying that, okay, I'm going to support Harrison Walls because we got to stop Trump, right?
Yeah.
So the Palestinian Americans and the other Arab Americans and pro-Palestinian freedom, they're fighting against the black TikTokers.
Oh, later for them, because you got to separate. Later for them. They need to separate that stuff over there with our elections, because we don't know know what a new administration would do when it comes to that conflict over there, and we need a new administration. We know what Donald Trump would do. We know what he'll do.
But Tyrone, to be honest, they was telling them that, so you all thinking about yourself and not us anymore.
Right.
I'm not going to get these things. So I've been following. If you go on YouTube, there's people who've been putting together videos talking about how they over there warring. And the black people's like, wait a minute. So we can't prioritize ourselves. They were saying don't vote for them. You have to give a conscious vote. And they're like, for who? They're like Jill Stein. They're like, if Trump get back in, we in trouble.
Oh, they want you to vote for Jill Stein.
They don't want you to vote for Harris.
Well, that's a wasted vote.
We in trouble. What are y'all talking about? What's your strategy? They don't have any. And they're calling the black people colonizers like the white people, that they don't care, that they don't this, and that they don't. And I took offense to that. And it didn't take long for the Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans and the pro-Palestinian freedom fighters for them to start the anti-black stuff. Calling them you people. Look how y'all making fun of Kamala's name. And it didn't take long for them for anti-blackness. And the funny part is the continental Africans jumped in it on the black American side and told them, we told y'all about them Arab people. It didn't take long for them to start showing. Some of it is funny, and I like to see how the very young navigate this, you know?
Yeah.
Because they're fighting, but it made me feel good to see that the continental Africans from the continent, they got on the side of the black Americans against the Arabs. And my thing is, all of this is nonsensical. All of this is counterproductive that you all are doing. But it was good to see black Americans unite with the Africans against them. I said, well, y'all got that piece right. None of y'all should be fighting, but y'all got that piece right. The Africans jumped out there quick and got on the black American side.
Yeah, and it ain't like Harris can do anything right now to make or whatever that guy name is will change his mind. There ain't shit that Harris can do.
And
like you said, it's Biden administration, and Biden can't even do nothing.
Yeah, Biden has been pretty hawkish on it, but we got to be realistic. When Harris becomes president, is a lot going to change as far as the policy with Israel? No. It's just not. And it's going to take, I'm not saying one day it won't, but it's just not. because can't no one president change that. They could, I guess, but you won't get elected if you start talking about that. But
No, that's why they got rid of what's his name in New York? They got rid of that dude in New York, and then they got rid of Cory Bush,
So
Jamal Bowen and Cory Bush.
Jamal Bowman, yeah. Is the policy gonna change? Not really. I don't see it changing.
I don't think the Jews should have that much power in Washington. They got too much power.
They shouldn't. But it's about the money. So is it going to change anytime soon? No. But I think Harrison won't be as hawkish and as brutal as Joe. And Donald Trump is just going to get rid of him. So that's your best hope to strategize. I don't know. Is anything going to change? I hope it do. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, we got to let her get in there. We got to let her get in there and see if she can go toe to toe with Netanyahu. See, people think that because she's a woman, she's weak. I don't see her as weak. I think that she's gonna pull a lot of shirt tails and surprise a lot of people. She's gonna get a lot of pushback because she is a woman, but I don't think she's gonna stand down. You know.
Oh no, she's not gonna be weak, and the reason why she's not gonna be weak because she's gonna be the executive of the whole United States.
Yeah, she got a whole bunch of power behind her.
So she got the most power behind her. So she's not going to be weak. The fact of what you are commanding over here, no, there's not going to be any weakness. So
let me see who this caller is. Who's this caller?
Yeah, it's me again. Hey, I just want to say real quick, Alicia, you have to understand, a lot of this stuff is fake. These are bots. A lot of them are bots, pretending to be people. Russia and China are really, really, really good at creating fake accounts and the drama that goes along with it. A lot of people really have no idea how good they are, because even in some of the online games I play, they're there too. So a lot of what you see is bots and paid accounts that are there to just stir trouble. And what happens is when you emotionally trigger people, then other people tend to join in. But a lot of the conflict is fake.
You're right. And right. You hit the nail on the head. Because even though they're making videos of foolishness back and forth, I know you're right. It was them bots and the fake accounts that got it, that struck the match. I agree with you, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, the problem is most people don't know this. They don't know that these are fake accounts and bots and all that stuff. They think that these are real people saying stuff. And it's sad because I see so many so-called black YouTubers that repeat the information that they put out there, that these bots and these fake accounts put out there. Look, here's the deal. And this is something a lot of people don't realize, all right? There's only one way to really destroy America, and that's from within. America, by geographics, cannot really technically be invaded. No other country has the facilities or the manpower or the vehicles to really invade America. It has to be destroyed from within. The best way you can destroy from within is to start inserting things into the ether, inserting ideas, concepts, and ideologies into the American consciousness. And once these things are inserted, they tend to take a life of their own. And a lot of it is, you guys on the Democratic plantation, remember most black people were Democrats. So a lot of those talking points that you hear were inserted into the consciousness, the ether, by bots, trying to stir up trouble. And they're doing a very good job at it. Every Saturday, you hear a guy that's repeating talking points that have been inserted into the community by people outside the community. Why? Because they know guys like ABC will repeat it and do whole shows about it because it emotionally triggers them. And it sounds good, it feels good, so it must be true. without looking for the source
Mhm.
of that information. So it's just sad that so many black men, and I'm going to point out men in particular, and I can't speak for women. I hear mostly men, repeat this stuff without looking into it, or repeat this stuff without understanding what they're saying. That it's saddening. It's really saddening. And so what happens is ultimately is they start wearing their ignorance with pride. They wave the ignorance flag with pride, and it's so amusing because people in the know look at them and say, "Man, if you realize how dumb you sound, then you really, really, really check yourself because in their estimation, they're the smartest guys in the room, and they're saying something that, oh God, it sounds good, so it must be good, and it's coming from who I think is black, so therefore it must be true." No, no.
Mhm.
People are easily manipulated and fooled. You have a guy who was president that basically hoodwinked a whole bunch of people and scammed a whole bunch of people. So once he opened that door up and folks saw how dumb Americans are, well, hell, it was fair game then. Because let's say you could
Mhm.
shear a sheep 1,000 times, but you can only kill him once. So we're in that era where the sheep are being sheared over and over and over. And so I just like I said, I don't buy into any of these so-called beefs or conflicts because a lot of it is created, manufactured, to prove a point or to push a point. But anyway, I'll sit back. Y'all talk.
No, you're absolutely right. That's one thing that I wish like black women would start doing. Um, and there's a lot of good platforms and stuff out of here trying to tell black women stop getting triggered because we get triggered so easily. And then the next thing, because if you trigger us, then whatever that is that was triggered us in the beginning, they got what they want from it. They got free advertisement. They got a company to put out a T-shirt with a little black girl holding a little stuffed monkey or have on some monkey sleepers pajamas. And man, the black women and the people get triggered, and then they fuss, and then the company come out and they apologize. If we were too easily to be triggered, especially us, and manipulated, and these bots have us all manipulated and triggered. If you know something, you see something that you know don't make no sense, don't pass it on by. I see it all the time, especially on Instagram. Like when people put up something about this, that, you see all these people vote Jill Stein, the black people should be voting Jill Stein. And I have gotten into the habit. I click to see that page, because my page is open. I have doll stuff. I click to see that page, and they have 0 followers, and the page is locked. It's a bot.
Are you
It's
talking
a
about them bots?
provocateur. Yeah, it's a bot, or it's just a plain old provocateur. And they come up in the middle and they say some of the most stupidest things, some of the most craziest things, and people get triggered, and then you get what you want out of that. And you have people, and I just hate seeing the manipulation from our people how they're constantly being manipulated. And that's the thing that scared me about MAGA. Because, to tell you, because when Donald Trump came in, MAGA, and when I realized that they were targeting the men in our community, and it was easy for them to target them because they were saying things that they wanted to hear about, they were saying things that they wanted to hear. And some of the language was kind of incelly. You see what I'm saying? So they were easy to target a certain demographic of our men. And that's the thing that I feared, because I know that can capture a certain demographic of our men. And with Donald Trump, I think the one time that I heard him talking some truth, when he said, well, I don't think I've done that well. I was able to really do that well amongst black women, but I'm doing great amongst black men, because they specifically targeted them. And that was my biggest fear. because there's nothing under that tent for you. That is not the Republican. That is not the Conservative Party. That is not conservatism that's under that tent. It's not under there anymore. They called them rhinos. They done ran out a lot of them. There's nothing for you under that tent. And you all are trying now, some of you, certain demographic, you're trying to become conservative now when that party no longer exists. It's MAGA now. It's MAGA. My father was a Republican for as long as I knew, until that's all I've ever known him to be, was a Republican. He voted for Ronald Reagan and W and all of them. But when Barack came along, we voted for Barack Obama. And then after Barack left office, well, then they turned into MAGA. So he wasn't going to go back to that. So he was no longer Republican. He left the party. And so, and a lot of people that I knew who were conservative, they left the party after that, because that's not conservatism. They don't follow the people need to really go. People who are trying to be Republican now, and who are looking at the Republican conservatism, go research it, or find out the different things, the tenets and things that they claim that they stood for. They were always kind of FOS, but find that out, because what's happening over there now, currently, that's not conservatism, that's not Republican, that's MAGA. And there's nothing under the tent for you guys. There's nothing under that tent, because they got you jumping through hoops and disregarding a whole bunch of stuff just to be a part of it. Anything that got you doing that, it's nothing under there for you. And that's the sad part about it. Then that's not Republican. They done ran all the Republicans out. That's why I don't understand why Sarge, if he's a Republican, how are you supporting that? If you're a true Republican, because a lot of the Republicans that I knew, they left the party. They say that they're conservative, but they left that because it's no longer that. It's MAGA now. They allowed the extremists to take over the entire party. So if you want your party back, I don't talk about people on this platform, but that's why I'm confused by Sarge. He said he's a Republican, he's a conservative. Why are you supporting this current party? Makes no sense. Tyrone. Oh.
What? I'm here.
Oh no.
Let me
I was
see.
just saying, you all need to keep asking Sarge that. If you are a true blue Republican, why are you supporting this current party?
What's you know my answer. I already he's stupid. Who's this, Mama's boy?
Yeah. What's up, Tyrone?
What's happening, man?
Hey, Mama's boy.
What's happening? I think Kamala Harris gives those Republicans an excuse to vote Trump out.
Well, you gonna have them hardcore supporters that ain't going nowhere.
Oh yeah, true that. But I'm thinking all the disaffected people, the Nikki Haley voter, the Republican who ain't voting anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The disaffected Republican, the conservative that's in the middle of the road that doesn't roll with these extremists and can't really get with the Democratic Party. I think this gives them an excuse.
The rhinos, that they call them rhinos, this gives them an excuse.
And any Republican that's pissed off and got shit on by Trump or some Trump supporters or whatever, vendetta or whatever, bam. I mean, Kamala's perfect, stands right in line for it.
Yep.
I think that's why you see these Republicans for Kamala. Sorry, go ahead, sis.
So go ahead. No, finish your point. You were talking. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I think that's why you see these Republicans for Kamala. You know, when they coming out, I think them are disaffected. You know, Republicans that got pissed on by Trump and them.
Well, it's that mama's boy, but it's more to it too. And if you watch the DNC, right? A lot of them,
I'm watching.
A lot of them was saying, it's they don't want the country to go a certain way. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
and they
a
see
lot
Trump
of them
for what
speak
he
of
is.
embarrassment. What Tyrone? Go ahead.
They see Trump for what he is, man.
Yeah, a lot of them speak of embarrassment, and the one thing it keeps sticking out is, they saying that they don't want. It's hard for them to have their children, look at the president as an example, and that's what they usually, most parents use the president as some sort of moral example or whatever of hard
you can't
work.
do that with Trump. And Trump done broke all the damn morality and values and ethics. He stands up there and cuss. I don't know. Trump is just disgusting.
He is. He's absolutely.
And like we talked last week, sis, how many Republicans, conservatives, whatever you want to call them, do you think are held hostage?
Oh, a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of them held hostage. They got them people they got them held hostage.
I think Kamala can get their vote. That's what I think.
I think she's gonna get their vote, and if she don't get their vote, they staying home. And
they just not voting. Right. That's what I think. The reason why I can't say she gonna get all of them, I would think she gets some, but the ones she don't get, they probably won't vote and say they did. A lot of their friends say they voted.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have a lot of that going on. That's a good thing. I'll take that too. That's a good thing. I mean, a lot of them people up in that party is held hostage, and that's just it. You just argue because a lot of the people that I work with, white people and different people like that, they're stone cold conservative Republican. I mean, but a lot of them came on out and said it. Yeah, I'm still Republican, but I don't mess with this because. I mean, you have like your Dick Cheney, a stone cold warmonger hawk. He's an awful person. But his thing is like, okay, we can still be our awful selves. But, don't take all this right here. Y'all trying to destroy the whole country. And
what Trump trying to do is going to take that away from Dick Cheney. Yeah, what Trump trying to do. See, the way Trump got it all set up with the 2025 and everything, they're going to turn America into an oligarchy.
Yeah.
That's and you get once you get an oligarchy, it's just around the block from a dictatorship.
Okay.
And what happens in oligarchies is people like Dick Cheney, Elon Musk, all these rich motherfuckers, they get their shit taken from them. And then Trump will put whoever he wants in charge of their company. That way, all that money comes to he skimmed right off the top of that. He's got 30, 40 billion, but before he got that 30 billion, I got 100 of his 30. That's that because they got a lot of Putin's money in Europe. Of money he stole because he, obviously couldn't keep it in the country.
Okay, but that's the crazy part. They can be awful, but we ain't got to take it to this extreme. We can do our thing, but we don't want to
go that. You don't want to go too far though.
Don't go too far. We don't want a king. We do not want a king, and that's what you all are heading down this path, and that's the problem. This is their chance. This is all the Republicans who are afraid to purge themselves of Trump. This is your time now. Purge it.
I think the Kamala Walz, connection gives them just enough, window to say, you know what? Because they got them white Republicans are going around saying, a vote for Kamala is patriotism. It's not. You're not voting for a Democrat. You're being patriotic.
It shouldn't be difficult, but these people have been so indoctrinated against the Democrats. I'm still trying to figure out what's so damn terrible about being a Democrat. But clearly, somebody done told these people that they're gonna burn in hell if they become a Democrat. I don't get it. Who's this unknown caller?
This is Cuz. What's happening, man? How
What's
you
up,
doing,
Cuz? What's happening?
No, I'm just listening and everything. Back in the day, it didn't used to be. It seems like now it's like Democrat versus the Republican, and it's not like that. You're a Democrat, you're a Democrat. You're a Republican, you're a Republican. That just means you have different views of different things.
Right.
But people, like you said, people are taking those things like, oh, we're in the East Side gang, East Side gang, and I'm in the West Side gang, and one group is not good enough for the other. I don't know who started that, but I can tell you who fueled the fire on it after all these years.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, but I'm listening down.
No,
and that's what I was saying earlier is that I can have a conversation with a regular Republican.
Yeah.
But these people here, these people here, you get in a conversation, you end up in a conversation like you had with Sarge or ABC. They be screaming and yelling and all this kind of dumb shit.
But Tyrone, I know this is gonna sound strange. Sarge answered that question to me. To me, yeah. Peace, family.
Okay.
Yeah, he answered in a listen, not yelling. This is one of Sarge's not yelling moments. He always has one of these moments with everybody, at least one. You, Tyrone, everybody's had at least one not yelling moment with Sarge, and he divulged to me because I asked him. He told me he regular old Sarge's greatest hits, but I asked him. I said, so what would your advice be to a young person coming into the electorate? What would your advice be to that person? And he said without any problem, never vote for a Democrat. And I was like, well, Sarge, how would that work? So, like, how would that work? There's no Democrats in office? Yes. I'm like, dude, you like a Nazi on Democrats.
Yeah, Sarge is crazy, man. Sarge is crazy.
Yeah, who's this unknown caller?
Sarge uses that screaming stuff as a mechanism to distract people. I know what he does. He does it all the time.
I think that's overboard. You got to have more than just Republicans running city government, bro.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ant? But yeah, it's extremists. These guys are radical, and this country, this political system wasn't designed for that. Now, it's not no one party system. But go ahead, Ant.
That's right.
You hear Ant?
Who's that, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think if Trump had run a clean campaign after that assassination attempt, he would have been good. He could have just laid back. He could have capitalized on the sympathy from the public because it was like who.
No, I agree with you.
Because
as terrible as it was, that assassination attempt was a layup. That was a layup for them if he would have used it.
It was a layup.
Yeah. But see, people thought that was Trump's setup. That wasn't no setup. That was a real deal, man.
Yeah,
he still would have lost. It's just a matter of how much.
Let me say this right here: the Republican can still win and it's too late now.
Right.
All they have to do, listen to me. All they have to do is find them a Tim Wise and somebody with some common sense and start talking policy. And the Republicans will be running neck and neck with the Democrats. I promise you they will. Because what America want is they want a white male in charge. You give them one, and then they'll be happy.
Right. I mean, I appreciate Carmelo. She's gotten called out, but She's not a shoo-in. She's not
No,
president
she got
yet.
some work to
So
do now. She got some work to do.
yeah, she got some work to do because she can hit the back seat. So she got a lot of work to do.
I think
Yeah,
he
but
was in a good he was in a good position, but he reminded the people why they disliked him in the first place. Like the people that were jumping ship, like, oh, okay, he should just close his mouth, man.
No, he was in. How do y'all think he was in a good position? He's not increased his base at all.
No, he's talking about with the assassination attempt.
He had the sympathy of the people.
Yeah, even with the assassination attempt, he has not increased his base at all. In order to win the presidency, you have to increase your base. There is no other way around it. And I don't understand how you guys say, "Oh, he's in a good position." He was never in a good position. He's never gotten over 40%.
No, 47 is the highest he's ever gotten, and he's stuck there now.
Listen, hold on. What Anthony is saying is if he would have capitalized off of that event, changed what he was doing, he could have increased his base if he would have stopped being fucking Trump.
Definitely.
But I doubt that.
Campaign.
No, but
I doubt that very seriously. From the get-go. He was running from the get-go. It was too late.
Letting the people know what you plan on doing. Don't slander Kamala or no one.
That's impossible.
No. If he'd have done it before, he got the convictions, if he'd have done it before he got the convictions, maybe. But he is a convicted felon now.
Joe,
all of this stuff is in the history books, folks.
Joe, listen.
But Joe,
Trump has proved us wrong. Trump has proved us wrong time and time again. Those fucking laws, those crimes don't even matter to a whole bunch of Americans. I don't know what the fuck that is, but a whole lot of people don't give a shit that man's a goddamn rapist and a goddamn felon.
Yes, but again, you know.
Well, I think this.
Let me remind people. Yeah. He gets elected by the electoral vote, not the popular vote.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying being Trump the way he is now is going to win or no, he's not. But I'm just saying, as a white male, he has to do very little lifting to actually get people to vote for him, and Trump is fucking that up. It's a shoe-in.
Oh yeah, you right about that, Tyrone. I mean, all he really has to do is give the white man the right excuse to vote for him. Yeah. But he's already fucked that up.
He's fucking it up. His base ain't never increased.
Well, yeah, I think he fucked it up in 2020. That's when I think he fucked it up, because that was the most he was ever going to get. Was those 74 million votes. That was, man, he was squeezing the toothpaste at that, because his plan was not to get more voters, but to make more racists turn out to vote.
Look at how many opportunities he's getting. The Supreme Court literally gave this man immunity. I mean, you cannot get no more.
If he wins, it's still, see, this is the one thing. I know everybody probably wasn't going with me, and y'all know me. I ain't scared to stand on the limb. So I think Joe Biden would have beat him anyway, because Joe Biden had the one secret that you couldn't really tell, because you knew at this time of year, when the campaigning really gets down to the nitty gritty, Trump was going to remind the whole entire nation of the reason why they didn't like him. All you got to do is let him talk for 5 seconds.
We know he going to Trump going to do Trump. But I think what me and Anthony saying, if he would have switched up his game, he ain't capable of doing it.
No.
He's not capable of doing it.
At that point.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Tyrone, no, maybe a little bit, but no, not really. The reason Trump lost in 2020 is because he lost too many white male votes, too many white men. He lost them. That's why he didn't win. White women voted more for him, but he lost a lot of white male votes in 2020. And guess what? He never got them back, and then he purged even more. That's what happened. He purged even more. And if you all the stats says it, he lost white male voters. That's why he lost 2020. He never got them back, and then he purged even more. So Trump kind of, and I agree with Mama's boy. Even with Biden froze, I was scared after that debate. But even after Biden froze, I still think Biden could have pulled out a win over him. Anyway.
It would have been a squeaker. Yeah, it would have been close.
Tyrone, I don't doubt the squeaker part, but the reason why I say that is because I think personally there's just way too many people that says I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna vote for him anyway. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
another thing,
I'm one of them. They could have rolled that motherfucker up there on a gurney.
Nigga, look, Tyrone, I said it before, put a welcome mat in a jacket and put some shades on the top of that motherfucker and call that nigga Biden, and I'm voting for that nigga.
Yeah.
That's who I vote for.
Here's the deal though, and again, I think you guys are mixing, what the popular feeling is versus the electoral. He really fucked up with that January 6th thing. He fucked up in ways that people do not really understand because they don't vocalize it.
But Joe, look at how much support he had even after that. Yeah. CNN was blowing that shit off.
I understand that. I understand that what the media is telling you, but what the electors that actually do the election is telling you a whole other story. Because these are the guys that are showing up at the Democratic convention saying, basically, listen to them. Listen to what they're saying. I am a Republican. I am here because of the threat to democracy. There's nothing liking Kamala and all of that stuff. They're saying over and over. They're telling you what they're feeling. Look, the guy that was the lieutenant governor of Georgia that spoke, he basically said, because of my views about Donald Trump, I had armed guards at my house to protect me from Republicans, not from Democrats, from other Republicans. We're talking guys like Sarge and stuff like that. He is an elector. He votes in the Electoral College. So what I'm saying to you is, that's a serious thing amongst a lot of people. They may not be vocalizing it as loudly as some of the followers and the cult members, but to a lot of folks that are in positions of power, the mere fact that this guy is going against the Constitution, against the American process, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
That is
so you're gonna have to, work hard
to
tell me on it.
You're
gonna work hard to tell me that somehow he's gonna turn that around.
And do you think Kamala gonna win now?
I know she is. Without a doubt.
I'm asking Anthony. Anthony, do you think the Kamala gonna win? That nigga don't never answer no damn political question. He got all the mouth.
My bad.
And also, go ahead. That's Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of looking good. DNC day one kind of, I don't know, it tilted the scale because even Biden redeemed himself a little bit.
Yeah, you seen his speech.
So it's looking good.
Okay.
Huh? I'm talking about day one when Biden came out. Biden actually did. He actually did okay. He an old man, so he gonna trip up here and there. He was smart because he put all this shit on the table. He talked about his stuttering and him being old. That takes the steam out of the joke. You can't really come at him with that. It's like that old an 8 Mile battle at the end, Rabbit and Papa Duck. Eminem put everything on the table, so when it came time for Dude to go, he didn't have shit to talk about. So I think if Biden would have did that, if he would have did that at that debate, we wouldn't be talking about Kamala right now. Because he did good, in my opinion.
All right, go ahead, Lisa.
I agree with that.
But I think he knows it's bad. My bad, go ahead.
No, what I was going to say was, because I see them not in my neighborhood, in my area, but they have like the cameras that go throughout different areas in the DMV. you know, like some of the Republican areas. I mean, the DMV is blue, but we all know the Republican areas. And you see the signs in the yard. I am a Republican, but I ain't no fool. Harris and Walsh for president. That's the stuff that people got in their yard. I'm a Republican, yes I am, but I ain't no fool. And that's the signs. But I'm not a fool. Harris and Walsh for president. I mean, Trump and them, they took that thing. It took things a little. It's not going to be no landslide, but they took it too far. That January 6th, all of that, they took things too far. They let the radical take completely over the party. They took it, and then after people got a load of Project 2025, they were like, oh, these people is crazy. And that's why I have to get to Raji P. Henson her props. Because people were talking about it, yes, they were. But she took it to a big platform on television, and then more people started talking about it. So I got to give her props for that, even though people were already talking about it. When people got a load of that stuff, they were like, oh, what's this? And then he tried to come out and say, distance himself from it. But it's not working. People don't believe you. Y'all trying to give us a king. We don't want that. We don't want a king. They took it too far. And then plus you got Christian nationalism mixed up in it too. No, y'all took that stuff too far. Y'all took it too far.
Well, I would suggest if you guys
it's after 12, so I'm gonna open up these lines and you guys can talk.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
The Charlie Kirk's interview with CYC. That's a real eye-opening interview because he basically said the problem with MAGA is in order to keep the base, you have to keep feeding them red meat. But the more red meat you feed them, the further away from the center you get. See? So it's a self-defeating thing. You know, guys like Sarge and stuff, if they even smell a change, they're going to turn on Trump in a minute. And all of that anger and frustration they have for the Democrats, they're going to have to internally. So you have to keep feeding red meat. You have to. You know, but again, the more red meat you feed them, the further away from the center of the country you get.
Well, what does it mean to turn on Trump? What are you saying?
In other words, if he was to change his rhetoric, all right, then his people, the red meat people, the people you see at those rallies, they're offensive in a minute. They're not stupid, but they are committed to culture, you know, as a cult. And the minute that cult tries to change, they're going to say, "Oh, he's sold out. He's this, he's that. He's no longer the guy that we threw our."
Joe may have a point here.
Well, see, I'm agreeing with you, and the reason that I'm saying that is because Nick Fuentes did something that similar to what you're saying because he chose J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance got an Indian wife, so a lot of people didn't like that. That was MAGA, but I don't see them I don't see the dumbass stupid people like ABC and Sarge ever turning on Trump. You know the extremists.
Tyrone, you have a point there. But I just want to bring up that one time that Trump told his supporters to get a COVID shot, and they almost booted his ass off the stage.
Yeah, he had to walk that back quick.
Yeah. He had to walk that back quick.
He started crawdadding like a motherfucker. He started backing up. As soon as he said it, he was like, "Damn, I fucked up." And but you do whatever
that's crazy.
you want.
You can't take credit for something that's saving people's lives. These people are crazy.
Man,
Trump is not directly linked to Project 25 though.
Oh yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Oh, dog.
They went on record.
Don't do it. Don't go there.
You going by what Donald Trump is saying? Donald Trump is a walking fucking lie. Everything that he said.
Don't do it. Well, I mean, he pretty much put an end to it. He separated himself. You know,
Donald Trump
his
separated
family don't have
himself.
anything to do
He
with
said that he didn't sleep with a porn star either.
He's saying they operate independently.
He said that he didn't sleep with a porn star either.
Well, Tyrone, I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this when y'all was talking about this very subject that y'all are pretty much, but I want to break it down to its very last compound. The reason why nobody believes Trump is because when motherfuckers did take him serious, he said that he wasn't interested in overturning Roe versus Wade. That wasn't why he was picking the justices he's picked. So much so that when they interviewed him in the Senate, all of them said that Roe versus Wade was precedent, and they're not going to overturn 50 years of precedent. And that's exactly what they did. Most people remember all them lies that all those damn Trump, along with them, all those justices or lawyers or judges at the time, said. So we pretty much used to Trump saying, "I'm not going to be," and the whole time he ends up at B. We pretty much used to that, Tyrone.
So I don't understand why people keep bringing up understand why people keep bringing up him sleeping with a porn star. Trump wasn't even in politics in 2006, man.
Okay, but the reason that I bring it up because
so that's where,
the reason I bring it up because you said you believing what he said, and that was a lie, and I was just bringing out a lie that he told.
I mean, we're human, we all lie, bro. I'm just saying, like, who want to just come out and say, yeah, I slept with a porn? Like, niggas gonna try to lie their way up out of that.
All right.
Why not? I mean, you're a man, right?
Go ahead, Lisa.
That's not why he got in trouble. He did not get in trouble.
But I don't think it's right to hold him accountable when he wasn't even in politics. That's where people can do the same thing and go back to the 90s on Biden and Kamala.
Well, let Elisa talk because you clearly don't understand the whole situation.
You don't understand what happened. Nobody cares if he had sex with a porn star and was cheating on his wife while she was pregnant with a porn star. Nobody cares about that. When he was running for president, I'm just explaining. When he was running for president, it's not about him cheating and a porn star. When he was running for president, he used his people to try to pay her off with campaign funds to not let it out the bag. That's the law.
Yeah, but that was like in 2018 though.
No, it was while he was running for president. Man.
No, I'm
it's still against the fucking law.
That's when the allegations came about in 2018.
Ain't no allegations.
Hold on. Listen. The reason that Michael Cohen went to jail, Michael Cohen went to jail is because he signed those checks sitting in the Oval Office. Do you understand?
Exactly.
That's why Trump is in trouble.
See, the whole thing was
Go ahead. Not for having sex, not for the porn star stuff. Men, people do that. That's not why he's in trouble. And as far as the Project 2025, you said he's distanced himself from that. No, he can't distance himself from that. He can't distance himself from that because the book that they wrote about, this is just a few, it's a whole bunch more. The book that was written about Project 2025, J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for it. One of Trump's press secretary is part of the Heritage Foundation. People that was in his administration are part of the Heritage Foundation. And a lot of the judges that he appointed when he was president is from the Heritage Foundation judges list. So y'all, it's a whole bunch more. I could be here all night. He is very much. And did you hear or did you see online the investigations that these British whatever they were, that they put on, and they had hidden cameras of people from the Heritage Foundation that put together that whole thing, that they got them more tape asking them,
yes.
But Trump is this, that, saying that, and they said, well, he's playing his part. He's supposed to say that he knows something about it, this, and that, and he did this. You ignored all of that.
He's done that before too, sis. He's done that before. He's done it before over a number of things. Say he don't know nothing about that, and the whole time, as soon as you turn your head, he passes it. He passes the law that does exactly what he says. He don't know what the fuck he talking about.
But there are people that go by word of mouth. They don't do any research, man. So, and there's a lot of narratives being painted. And the people that don't do research,
listen.
Hold on. I got a couple more words.
I don't have to do very much.
Man, hold on.
Can I bring that home? Like the people that don't do their research, the perception is Trump wrote the shit up. It's like it's his, but that's not the truth. That's not true, man. That's separate, bro. He got away. He don't operate within that shit.
Got away.
The people that don't do research, they're thinking based on all the YouTube videos and people talking about it. They think it's something that he directly wrote up.
Okay, so you know that's in effect, cuz. So check this out, Tyrone. I'm not gonna let this happen to you without this being said. See, America's used to Donald Trump telling lies like that. Like I said, he stood before the whole entire world and said he wasn't electing judges to overturn Roe versus Wade. He didn't even know what that was about in the first place. And we all remember him saying that dumb shit. And then now he's standing on the podium bragging about it. You know why? Because that's his playbook, to act like he knows nothing about what everybody's talking about, to turn around and do it. And you know what his excuse always is? A lot of people wanted it. So I did. I passed.
Yeah. And that's a lie. And that's a lie too. He has not distanced himself from Project 2025. Anybody who believes that he has, I don't think anybody believes that he has distanced himself from that. He's all in that. His footprints is all on it. No, he didn't write that document up. He's not smart enough to do anything like that.
Right.
But he follows the playbook. That's his playbook.
Hello, can I say something?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, what's up?
Peace, come on.
Okay. You're right, Elisa. He's unable to write a 950-page project that encompasses all areas of people activity. There was a group of people that got together and they created this document. And they come from various disciplines, from what I understand. So you probably had, attorneys, educators, who else, to sit down here and draft this document. Yep. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't believe in it or will promote it at all. Just because somebody didn't write something, that doesn't make any sense. So there's a YouTube clip called Project 2025 Co-author confirms Trump's support. And it's a short clip on YouTube. So, Tyrone, you may want to find that and play it.
Please, shut that nigga up.
And then, let me add this. The Heritage Foundation, they started putting this thing together, like she said, with lawyers, professors, think tanks. They've been working on this thing. The Heritage Foundation
for 20 years. For 20 years. Yes.
Yeah, it started up on the radio.
Billionaire support. They have billionaire support.
Yeah, and they popped up on the scene in the 1970s. That was their response to take down the Civil Rights Act. They came out in response to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. And this ain't something that just popped up. They've been doing this for a long time. And they finally see their shot now. So
because they have those judges on that Supreme Court. That's why.
And all across the country that Trump appointed. from the
You're right. Federal judges he appointed. You're right, but the U.S. Supreme Court has the final say on what the law, determining interpreting the law. So when things, they go through the system, and so there you go. So there was a whole plan in place to get those justices sitting in those chairs. And they got younger justices so they can sit in those chairs for 30, 40, 50 years.
And then let me add this. Like they got Roe kicked, overturned and kicked to the curb. That was just the start. Their main goal is to get Griswold kicked to the curb. I'm not going to get into elections, but Griswold was the very first case that started all the rest that came, and that was about contraception, that people had a right to do that, and how Griswold was presented, and the Supreme Court, they ruled on Griswold. Then you got
I know about the Griswold.
Interracial marriage pulled from Griswold. And the LGBT community, gay sex in the country was against the law. They pulled from Griswold and got that. Roe pulled from Griswold, and a lot of different things pulled from Griswold. Their main goal is to get Griswold overturned, and a lot of other things will tumble. They've been working at this for a long time.
Well, they want to get a lot of things overturned. They really just want, I think, Nazis marching down the street, to be honest, at the end of the day. And you want to be able to protest.
A lot of things will crumble.
If you get out there and protest, they'll have the military come and arrest you. They want to get rid of federal employees that have been working for the federal government and put their sycophants in. They want to have a registry of pregnant women. So if you are pregnant and you go across state lines to get an abortion or morning after pill, and you come back and you're not pregnant anymore, they want to be able to investigate that and to put you to, charge you. So, I mean, it's like all areas of people activity that I said. I like that term. I got that from Neely Fuller. They want to put the Bible in the school. They want to force people to, pray. What about the people that are Hindus or Muslims or atheists? You going to force them to pray?
Yes.
They want to.
That's how them white people get y'all. You heard him say, "Yeah." That's exactly how they get you.
They want to get rid of no-fault divorce. I mean,
they sure do. They're gonna force women to stay in
like
marriages.
I think it's like anything, though. Like just like you have gay people walking around doing weird shit. Like when we're passing them by on the street, we just let them do their thing,
doing weird stuff. What's weirder than
don't have to engage
violence on each other?
Your mind. The Bible is bullshit. But if they want to put it in school,
you need to clean up your own house first, because straight people have a lot to clean up themselves. They can't point fingers at anybody.
Well, I'm just echoing or channeling Tim Walz. Whatever happened to minding your motherfucking business?
Thank you.
That's one thing I noticed, man. All of this.
Come on, Anthony. We don't need that.
Is Tyrone on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's gone.
No,
Could you find that short clip about Project 2025 co-author confirms Trump support? It's a short clip.
Yeah, everybody knows about that.
That investigation that the Brits did, he confirmed it.
He's a co-author. Yeah. He confirmed. He's been on the air, the jets with those people.
Mm-hmm.
On the private jet. Come on, let's be real.
He confirmed it. Trump ain't distanced himself from nothing. Nobody believes him on that. It's too late.
Yeah, but why? What's the name?
Well, okay, so hold on. What did you say the name of the video was, Miss Lady?
It says Project 2025 co-author Arthur confirms Trump's support.
Okay.
That's not true.
No, that was me cursing because I was telling.
I mean, for
saying,
somebody who doesn't
whatever.
have any facts whatsoever, you know what? It becomes quite boring when someone presents an opinion without any kind of facts, any kind of evidence, anything. It's just off the cuff. Just to be a contrarian.
Yes.
But you sound silly. And you sound really disingenuous and not to be taken seriously at all.
Why y'all love doing that? Like,
he's just letting out some frustration.
I should be okay with that.
Because you just blurt out. You just blurt out. You just blurt out.
What I'm saying,
stupid
Tyrone,
stuff.
you got
All right. We ain't finna break
So
down
when
this.
turned up that night, it was her running her mouth like that. Man.
Okay, well you calm. Okay, listen, guys.
Bow down, like
I ain't finna
because
do
you're a
this shit.
woman,
I'm
like,
too.
Because you're stupid. That has
Okay,
nothing to do with
okay.
it.
I ain't trying to hear none of this.
Say what you want.
So, how long is the video, Miss Lady?
It's supposed to be very short because I sent it to my cousin. So
Well, I'm saying they won on CNN. They won on Democracy
a short
Now.
clip.
Huh?
Hold on, cuz.
Tyrone, there is a trend though that I noticed recently.
Hold on, Anthony. Let him and her finish.
It's with what's
Bro,
her
she
name?
disrespected me. What are you talking about? It's up, nigga.
Joy Reid.
What's the lady on CNN, MSNBC? The black
Joy
lady.
Reid.
Oh, Joy Reid.
Yeah.
Oh, she
Joy-
did a
it's a
short.
Joy
She did a
Reid clip.
YouTube short. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. Hold on, I get it.
Okay.
Well, listen, y'all try to calm down a little bit now. You know,
Yeah, trying to conduct
Granddaddy getting old.
It's
Granddaddy
on
getting
now.
old.
It's on.
I ain't trying to hear the cheering going back and forth. Y'all calm down.
There's I got you. But she the one came in and taking shots at me.
You know what
She
Judge
started-
Judy used to say all the time? Beauty fades,
Now
but
she's doing
stupid
that
lasts
long-winded
forever.
Okay,
shit.
y'all ain't gonna
No
listen to
people
shit
are
I
trying
say.
to talk. You just come in and just like, come
Y'all
on,
need
dude.
to calm the hell down. I ain't trying to hear this mess.
Hey, you a rude ass woman, man. Like,
Okay,
dude.
come
Like,
on now.
man.
Is this stuff to
But
go other
Tyrone,
places?
there's I know why she got mad. There's a trend going on that I'm noticing. Like all of the Democrats
Who's
that I know.
angry? Who's mad? Mad means crazy. First of all, you
I'm
mean
talking,
angry,
man.
which I'm not angry. You're not worth getting angry over because it just doesn't make any sense.
Cool. Okay, I'm okay with that. But there's a
Tyrone,
trend, like
Why
all
you
of
gonna play the clips, Tyrone?
Can I get it out?
Tyrone, play.
I mean, it is what it is.
Can
You
we
don't
no, he's
sound
not.
all that.
No, he isn't. No, he's not.
Okay.
You're
Y'all finna
annoying.
start. Y'all getting ready to get crazy.
Tyrone.
Well, you know what, Tyrone?
Huh?
You know what?
I can hear you.
Bro, they
Interesting
gonna
thing.
cut me and keep talking. Come on, bro. Y'all are rude. Y'all
Yeah,
rude.
an interesting thing just happened.
Get some manners,
We all
An
man.
interesting thing just happened.
We all family. Can't we all just get along?
Tyrone, this is why you end your show and burn rubber on Thursday. I get it.
This is
Yeah.
why what?
Anyway, an interesting thing just happened, and I want you to pay attention to it. You know, because what
Man,
was
can I
said
wrap
by
it up,
somebody
man?
was
Common courtesy, bro. Can I wrap it up? I was in the middle of my spiel, bro.
gay people doing weird shit. Now, this is something that you hear repeated on Saturdays, on ABC shows, and all that. If you
Can I
don't
make my
agree with a
point,
gay
bro? I was in the middle
lifestyle,
of-
if you don't agree with the gay lifestyle, that does not mean that you can deny them any other rights that any other American has. And I don't
You made my
understand why
point.
they
You didn't allow me to make my point.
All right,
but you're
hold
making
on,
my
hold
point.
on.
God
Listen.
damn, let me go ahead and make it. Can I make my point, bro? Like what you just stated is making my point. Like there's a trend going on. Like all of the Democrats that I know, they cape when it comes to the LBGT community and the immigrants. Like y'all all do that, bro. It's like I don't know, bro. It's like it's kind of productive when it should be about getting Black Americans ahead, man.
Okay,
y'all,
so
bring the
what I
immigrants, let them all
got?
come
Hold
in.
on,
Like,
I got
niggas,
Miss
the
Lady's
more they
audio.
come in, it's gonna take away, huh?
I got the audio for Miss Lady wanting to play.
Audio, bro. Come on, man. All right.
Yeah, here it is.
And we begin tonight with damning new video from a former Trump cabinet member and key Project 2025 architect, Russell Vought, who confirms what we all know, that Donald Trump has personally had talks with Vogt about his work behind Project 2025, and Trump gave him his blessing.
It's interesting, he's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy. Yeah. He's been at our organization, he's raised money for our organization, he's blessed it from the, I remember walking into our last day in office and told him what I was going to do. So he's very supportive of what we do.
This new audio comes from 2 investigative reporters with the nonprofit Center for Climate Reporting, who secretly recorded a nearly 2-hour conversation with Vogt, who thought he was meeting with some high-dollar donors, which in and of itself is problematic in what it implies about the potential selling of access to an American administration.
All right, and there you go. Trump support Project 2025. So stop saying that, okay?
I need to. What was that? A video?
Yeah, it was the audio.
Okay, now he dumb as fuck.
But I mean, I don't know. Like, it could just be somebody slandering him. Like it could be.
He's the troll zone. Now we in the troll zone.
Let me hear Elisa.
He's the troll zone.
Where it came from, it was 2 Brits that met with them, and they, in a sense, they planted video cameras. It wasn't just audio. They had cameras.
Oh yeah. I said I just play audio, but that was a video. And Anthony, I put a link in the chat room for you, so if you want to look at it, you can.
You shut down YouTube,
they had
right?
video and everything.
No.
So it wasn't just audio. They had video and everything. Those are those people they're talking to. And the Brits shared it with all of the media and everything in the United States, because our media is too dumb to do stuff like that.
I'm gonna throw a link in your chat room. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Discussing these types of things like this, when there is proof and people have brought facts and have brought things to, in a sense, what Miss Lady was saying, and to just dismiss it, I'm curious as to why you just dismiss it as that it's a lie, that it's not true, and then also, like you said, Democrats seem to be more open to as it relates to the immigrants and as it relates to LGBTQ plus IA community. Maybe it's because people have better discernment skills, that the LGBTQ plus IA community, those people are born that way, and they have a right to freedom and life and things that everybody else does. And it's time to let them be. You don't have to agree with it, but you don't have to let it
born that way.
And yes, I don't care whether you believe that or not. Doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to argue that. But the thing is, they have a right to freedoms and things that everybody else does. And trying to be against that, it makes no sense. It's counterproductive, and it's nonsensical. And as far as the immigrants, Trump wanting to deport all of the immigrants and all of the whatever it is that you call them, every leading economist around the world has said that's going to bankrupt the United States. So it's counterproductive to pit people against one another. And we have gone over all of this, that every country is soliciting people to come. They're soliciting people to help build up their population, because people are not having children and babies. And the thing is that you all don't get the same people that I'm not going to say who you support, because I don't know, but the same things, the talking points that you're using, those same people want them here. They want them here too. But they have pitted you guys against them and keep the sheep fussing and fighting while they do what they want to do at the top. They want those people here too. And we're not talking about illegal immigration. That needs to get fixed. Something needs to be done. But as far as immigrants, the people at the top, the people who's bamboozling you guys, they want them here too. They want them here. You can't get rid of the ones that are here legally under visa and are working. They are needed here to perform the job, to pay into our system. Democrats are smarter than you guys because they get that. I get that. We need those people to pay into our system to keep Social Security going, for the taxes, to keep the roads and the buildings and the infrastructure. You need as many people as you can get to pay into the system. You got countries out here, Japan and Korea, they're soliciting people to come. That's why Europe lets in immigrants. And you all don't get that. So I'm just going to say the Democrats are smarter than everybody.
So, Elisa, what do you think? What do you think? That's why they want to get rid of birth control. They want to prevent abortions. They're going to force, especially white women, to have these babies that they can't afford, right? To have these babies they can't afford. They're going to be doing all of the blue-collar, menial, jobs, if they have Burger King still open. They'll be working those kind of fast food, low-paying jobs, and they'll keep them poorly educated and programmed, and they'll keep voting for them, okay, against their own best interest.
Keep voting for
Well,
and they won't be able to get no divorce because they'll give it a no-fault divorce when the pressures become too much and there's all that mess going on in their homes. They're gonna be forced to stay married, okay?
And the LGBT conversation is one that the Republicans got people like Anthony repeating, and they are the ones that actually won't.
It's about repeating, bro.
Okay, can I finish? Listen, brother, I did not cut you off. I did not cut you off one time.
Advocate
Okay,
for
can
the
I?
LBGT.
Okay, why do you do that? Why do you do
How
that?
do y'all have a problem with it, bro? I don't know.
I'm going to say what the hell I'm going to say now. Come on, man. Don't do that. You let everybody else talk. But it's got people like Anthony repeating that LGBTQ. And the reason that I'm saying that is because whenever they had their convention in Milwaukee, the headline is up here. The Grindr app, which is a gay dating app in Milwaukee, it crashed. It crashed that night because when the Republicans got there, they was getting on this gay dating app, and they was hooking up with homosexuals and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time,
they just arrested a senator, Republican senator.
Yeah, at the same time, they got Anthony and them out here speaking against gay people, and the Republicans are pushing that bullshit. And my point with saying all of this is leave them people alone. This shouldn't even be a political conversation about gay people and all that kind of stuff because it doesn't make no sense. That's all I wanted to say, brother.
You're making my point, bro.
Okay.
Boy, guess we're smarter than you because we're like
it ain't even about the LBGT community. They're Americans. I'm talking about the immigrants mainly.
Okay, well, I heard you say something about LGBT earlier, and then you started talking about immigrants. Leave the damn immigrants alone too.
I said LBGT community and the immigrants, right?
Didn't Trump have illegal immigrants working at Mar-a-Lago?
Yes,
sir.
He had them working at all his locations. At all of his locations, Miss Lady. At all of them. He had them working at all his locations.
And not only that, he had an illegal immigrant as a damn wife. I mean, shit.
Yep.
It's not currently.
All right.
So, I mean, y'all, this kind of stuff. They got the people pitted against one another. They want
He's good for that. He's good for that.
They want them. They want us pitted against one another. They want them people here. They probably want them to be legal.
So are their wins our wins?
Or whose wins are? What you mean?
What is he talking about?
Immigrant, LBGT community. Like, are they?
Well, you're the only one looking at it like that. Nobody looks at it like that, brother.
Yeah,
I do. How does it help Black Americans?
Like, once again, you're the only one looking at it like that.
Yeah. This goes back to what I said earlier about complex problems that these people come with simplistic solutions and simplistic ideas. In order to have a discussion about this, you have to have a certain degree of knowledge about this. And whenever we talk about it to a lot of these, so-called conservative MAGA folks, it always turns into A, whataboutism, B, everybody does it. Why is Trump getting prosecuted for it? Or C, I don't know about that. It must be, it's not real because I don't know about it. So it always devolves into one of those three subjects or all three. And the point being, again, is, the majority of these folks have a childlike view of the world. It's a simple world to them. And they can't understand why this world doesn't obey simple rules.
Well, he just asked, "What is it? How is it helping black
understand.
people?" And that's not just the way I look at it. That's just silly to me.
I know, right? That's not even the conversation. That's not even.
I didn't hear that.
A component of the conversation. But he sees it that way because he's a simple guy. He's looking at the world in simple terms.
Yeah, you just said, "How does it help black people?" or some shit.
How does it help Black Americans?
Yeah, and then I was telling you, I don't look at it like that.
I do.
Of course. That's why you having this crazy conversation.
And it proves my point. He just proved my point.
See, look, social media got y'all thinking that there's this one savior out there that's going to fix all black problems. And, because there's an immigration issue or there's a LGBT issue, that's hindering the black problem, man. It's not.
But they're a subgroup though, bro. Like they don't, even the black gay people, they don't, like, they get their own benefits. We don't get those. Like,
oh, really? Well, let's go down that rabbit hole. Wait, hold on for 1 second.
They chose their community.
Please, I want to go down this rabbit hole.
Community, which is the LGBT community.
Okay,
let's say black people get reparations. They're gonna be able to jump on board and get that.
Okay, so wait a minute. I want to go back up just a little bit.
He really is stretching. He's making all kind of leaps.
Please let me ask you this question. I really want to ask this question.
And making all kind of statements that are not based on any kind of evidence or fact.
Okay, so we moving on. We moving on. Listen. Okay. We moving on. I want to know what benefits is the black LGBT getting that black people ain't getting.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Man, they're all over Kamala's policy.
Will you tell me? Can you be specific, please? Because you made a statement.
I mean, Lord.
The LGBT community are all over Kamala's policy.
So you're not going to answer me.
Anthony wanted to just let it talk
for Americans, but like you're excluded, like you're singling people out. Okay, we're gonna, like, come on. There's a lot of shit in there.
Oh,
okay,
God.
so you just made something up.
Go ahead and hang up. Go ahead and hang up. All right, good night.
I'm not hanging up because you told me to. You have what you say has nothing to do with what I do. Okay. Has nothing to do. You're just too stupid to listen to. That's why I'm hanging up.
The stupid guy just ran a Jedi mind trick on you. I'm making you stay. Like, why are you? You should be gone.
Why y'all arguing, man? Good Lord, y'all crazy.
She don't like me. I don't like her, bro.
Tyrone.
Yes, ma'am.
Tyrone, I am not part of the LGBTQ+IA community. I'm not part of that community. But if they get benefits, I might pretend I am, apply for some. What benefits they get?
You're in the background.
She said she's not part of the LGBTQ, but if they getting benefits, she might pretend that she is.
Right, but I mean, as a woman, you can do that. As a man, you're done.
But you didn't never answer the question about what benefits.
You ain't gonna never answer the question.
What?
About what benefits are the LGBTQ getting?
Let me go back
black
to
LGBTQ.
Yeah, the black.
It's just one community. There's just one community.
But you said they getting benefits.
Oh, okay, well, they get benefits. They get.
No, I'm talking about they're in her policy. Hold on, man. Let me pull it up.
This nigga gonna talk in circles, Tyrone. Just warning you.
I'm pulling up my swords, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, what's interesting is he says he's talking about Harris policies. ABC is saying she don't have no policies. He can't find the policies.
Well,
so I'm trying to figure out which Which
see,
idiot
here's
is
the
it?
problem with
Is
these
it this
people.
idiot or the other idiot?
Here's the problem with these people is that these people with the LGBTQ, they're not getting any benefits or anything like that. What they're asking for is not to be discriminated against. And that is
protection.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with asking for not to be discriminated against, because you've got people out there that just go out and beat up LGBTQ community. You got people out that discriminate from selling them shit. You got people out there that try to cut them off from doing a lot of shit, getting the houses, renting places and stuff like that.
What about
okay, let me finish with what I'm saying. Let me finish. And that's what they're asking for. So when you guys are talking about they're getting benefits, no, they're just asking to be equal, just like we asked to be fucking equal. Jesus Christ, y'all stupid.
Okay. Hey, hold on, man. Let me address Joe real quick. Two stupid things that he said. One is he talking about the policies. Is the policies up on our website, Joe? Yes, no?
He may not. Hey, listen, idiot. She may not have updated her website, but she has sure expressed her policies numerous times in numerous interviews. If you take the time while you're doing your gay research, you could find her policies. But I don't understand how you could find a transvestite story hour and can't figure out what a policy was.
Yes or no. It was a simple yes or no question, which you don't want to answer. So let's move to the next thing. Let's tell you a policy. Look, man, you're going to have all this time to get off here.
Which idiot is it?
I got another question for you.
Anthony idiot or is it ABC idiot? I can't tell.
So you're going to filibuster. You can't answer no questions.
No,
the next
I can't tell which idiot is right.
Okay, all right, okay. So here's the next question. You done said this shit 2 or 3 times tonight. These niggas, they looking for a simplistic answer in the world. That shit sounds, it don't even sound smart, but you make it sound all sophisticated. That's dumb as fuck. It's dumb as fuck. The simple thing is, I'm getting ready to tell you, if you shut the fuck up, I'm simply telling you. The simplicity in it is a boy got a dick and a girl got a pussy. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Now we know why you ain't on YouTube no more.
Exactly.
What does that got to do?
Listen, hold on, wait a minute, hold on. Let me shut up. Let me establish some rules over here. Listen. This is the DNC over here. This is not the RNC. So you just need to calm your ass down.
Okay. Hey, but hold on. Here's another one. Here's another simplistic thing that ain't cursing or nothing. Children don't get to decide their own gender. How about that? Is that too complicated? Is that a complicated thing?
Because the children
I
are
think
not
it's a matter
deciding
of
on
people
gender.
talking them into it.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Like I said, which idiot is it? Is it this idiot or is it ABC idiot? Take it. Choose people. Choose your poison. Because you can only choose one idiot to go behind.
It's a complex.
And let me say this right here, because this needs to be said. Hold on for a minute. I got see ABC when you come on. I got to fact check you. Just for y'all to know, there is not no children out there deciding genders. This is for you two.
No.
There's no children deciding genders.
Okay. So just to be clear, are you saying that there has been no proposals at all about children being able to decide their gender? Is that what
I'm
you're
telling
saying?
you, there is no kids deciding gender. I'm not getting in your conversation. I just wanted to say that to clear up the air. So you can go and talk to Joe. I ain't in this shit.
Well,
So
before
you ain't gonna answer if there's been any proposals to do that. DC
before you and Joe,
choose,
I got a question.
No. I was going to say real quick. If I had to choose idiots, I choose ABC because at least I can have a conversation with him. So that'll be my idiot.
Well, it's a complex world, Joe. There's many different kinds of idiots.
I got my own issues. I got my own issues with ABC, but Joe, I'm kind of like you. If I was forced to make a decision, I would pick ABC because he don't like Anthony either. He won't let him on his show.
Yeah. ABC don't.
There ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with Anthony. Y'all leave Anthony alone. Ain't nothing wrong with Anthony.
Let's not make it about the person.
Y'all
Let's
stoop
make it
so
about
low
the
to the point where you want to bring ABC in on, and y'all hate on this nigga every day.
No, ABC came in on his own own volition. But hold on, I wanted to put this. I wanted to put this question. I wanted to put that. Hold on, Anthony, man. Goddamn, we ain't got this. Hey, you can whine.
Okay, calm down. One at a time. One at a time.
You can whine after
people out there, bro.
We used to hearing you whine, but YouTube is not. So let's give them a break. Okay, so hearing you and ABC, hearing you and Anthony in this discussion, I did not really want to get in it. I always wanted to just spectate. But you guys make me want to ask you guys this one specific question. If you had it your way, what would happen to LGBTQ people and immigrants? How would you solve your problem?
That's a good
We
question.
would go back to 4 years ago, and that would be, well, actually farther than that. We would go back to before Obama made all this legislation for LGBT. Because don't nobody know you're LGBT until you tell me. So you live in your rights like everybody else. I don't know who the hell you are.
That's not true. Before Obama, they had Don't Ask, Don't Tell. When you got Don't Ask, Don't Tell, that means that there's some goddamn body that's gay in your society, ABC. So what you mean you don't know?
Period.
Well, hold on. Before we had Don't Ask, Don't Tell, we had if you gay, you get out. I'm saying let's go back to that.
Okay, so you saying if I'm to take if I'm to take what you're saying correctly, ABC, you talking about ostracizing LGBTQ people and immigrants.
Well, let's be clear. That's two different subjects. LGBT, you say ostracize. I say keep it where it is, over in the corner where y'all do y'all's thing. Don't nobody need to know. We don't care. That's your life. Live it. But don't think you're going to bring that shit into the military, government function area, and we supposed to accept it. The military went against it for a reason. You know, we got to bunk together and all this different kind of shit. I forget the term they use, but like cohesion of the unit and all that kind of stuff. So that's the gay thing. That's how I feel about that. Just go back to back then. The immigrant thing's a whole nother thing. It's that they illegal, and the shit ain't never been like it has been this past 4 years. So we would go back to prior to Biden because it ain't never been this bad.
Listen, let me say this right here. What ABC is talking about them discriminating against gay people. The reason that they stopped discriminating against gay people because it was illegal. Discrimination is against the law, and that's the reason that they stopped discriminating against gay people. And gay people are trying to fighting to get more discrimination getting rid of. They're trying to get rid of more discrimination. So ABC is saying he don't have a problem with discriminating against other Americans, which is anti-American. So I see where you stand at.
That's not what I'm saying. My argument is with
well, we was gonna get to you in a minute, but we dealing with ABC right now. Goddamn crying ass nigga.
Yeah, and for real, Anthony, I'm getting ready to get off the line. But Tyrone, you phrased it that way. I'm saying don't nobody know about your sex life, and we don't give a shit. Keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah,
go
and that's
with your gay friends to the gay area and all that stuff. But outside of that, just live your life. And don't ask, don't tell work because ain't nobody paying attention to you. If we find out you're in there screwing another dude or something, okay, now you got to get out. But other than that, shut the fuck up and do your job. Ain't nobody paying attention to your sex life.
Well, the reason that they made it, that they changed it, is because it was illegal. It was against its own goddamn laws. ABC, the United States recognized that.
Look, we talking about a behavior, man. We ain't talking about you born black or you born like this. And they still debating about if you born like that. Now, those people have been molested when they was kids and all kind of weird shit.
Well, ABC, one thing I wanted
Well,
to make sure.
Okay, one more thing, real quick. Well, I mean, I hear you want to discriminate against gay people. I got it, but so I don't hear anything about you discriminating against rapists or child molesters or pedophilia. You're not discriminating against them, just gay people.
What the hell you talking about?
Up. I'm talking about you just pointing out gay people and not pointing out other people that has fucking problems with sex. I no, gay people don't got problem with sex. Let me watch my mouth. You got other issues that you.
There you go. You're right.
No, I don't know. I'm backtracking on that. But other people with, how can I say this? You ain't
You
discriminating.
can't say it
You
because it's stupid, motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker.
well, you ain't discriminating against the people you need to be discriminating against. Gay people are normal. Shut up. Gay people are in normal relationships, and you're discriminating against people in normal relationships, and you're not discriminating against people that's got like criminal behavior. Jesus.
Okay, so look, why do I need to discriminate against them? It's crime. The criminal behavior is crime. So they gonna be dealt with because it's a crime. Deal with them as it being a crime.
No,
gay sex
actually-
stuff, I ain't saying that's a crime. I'm just saying keep that funky ass behavior somewhere in the corner where y'all supposed to be at. Over
No,
there by yourself,
actually-
don't nobody know who you are.
Actually, the sexual assault and rape in the military is really is at a high, and there has
Yes,
been
sir.
no rules and there's been no regulations put against rapists and fucking sexual assault people. The only rules that you're talking about is going against people who with normal behavior and normal relationship with normal feelings for each other, and that's just not right. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, but Tyrone, real quick, are you telling me it's not a crime in the military if you rape somebody or sexually assault them? You saying?
I'm saying it is a crime, but it happens at a high rate.
Yeah, everything happens everywhere. What the fuck you talking about, man? Deal with the criminals. Somebody raped somebody,
But
take their
my-
ass and put them in jail.
You know, the point I want to make to you, ABC, and you know, if you discriminate against one, you're really discriminating against yourself, because if it becomes a slippery slope. Once people in power realize they can get someone discriminated against, you next. So, and that's the American way. That's the American way of understanding, especially a soldier or a patriot. That's one of the main things that they understand about the United States of America is you may not agree with the motherfucker standing next to you, but he has the right to exist, because if you take away his right to exist, my right to exist is next.
Hey, look, I'm gonna get off of here. And I appreciate you guys letting me talk. But just to what you're saying right there, Mama's boy, then if that's the argument, then we need to let pedophiles do their thing, because we're gonna be discriminating against them.
Well, that's a crime.
One way or another, we discriminating against somebody, whether it's because
that's not a
No.
discrimination.
Well, hold
It's a
on,
crime.
mama's boy. Listen, this is what happened with Roe versus Wade. ABC and SARB is on here and saying no, they're gonna take it back to the states. They ain't gonna go no further. Soon as they let Roe versus Wade pass, they started trying to get rid of the morning after pill. They try to get rid of damn contraception. They try to get rid of IVF. They like you saying, mama boy. Once you give them a inch, they want a damn mile. So you right about that.
Well, Tyrone, in most states, sleeping with a prostitute, paying for sex is illegal, but that's okay.
Yeah, they ain't worried about that.
Everybody
either.
does it. Yeah, everybody does it. So that's what I'm saying. The slippery slope, starts to get full of slippery, of people on that slippery slope, because it's like, do you go after them for this or do you go after that? Or should everybody, pay the penalty for doing the wrong thing? Or we just gonna let some people slide because, hey, he's a man and, that's what men do. They pay for prostitutes.
And ABC, if you so against gay people, why did so many of your people break Grindr at the RNC in Minnesota? Why did that gay dating app go down in Minnesota if y'all against gay people? He must have hung up.
Yeah, he can only have limited time to talk. But
All
like
right,
I said,
so let's
deal with
move on
ABC
to
'cause at
Anthony
least he ain't
now.
a troll. Yeah, he ain't
All
a
right,
troll.
so Anthony, what's your answer? What would you do with LGBTQ and immigrants? No, I'm saying if you could have it your way. No, listen, brother, it's a simple hypothetical, and it makes sense. It goes with the conversation, and you get the opportunity to explain your process because you have all the questions. You have all the pertinent questions about these people, and you express your disdain, but you have not expressed a solution of what you would do with them because they are part of society now. So obviously you disagree with that. What's your solution if you could have it your way?
Go and give it a shot, Anthony. What would you do with them?
I don't want to deal with the hypothetical, man.
Man, come on, Anthony. Damn, man. What would you do with the damn gay people? Tell us what you would do.
I mean, the gay people are Americans. They're legal citizens. I'm talking about the immigrants.
Okay,
That's
so
my
what would
argument.
you do with the immigrants?
Yeah, go back home instead of just, I don't know. Like, cause believe it or not, bro, it hurt you, bro. Like more to the pot. Like there's 10 pieces of chicken. You got how many people in your house? We're gonna split it up. We're gonna get 2 apiece. But if more people come in, bro, you're gonna get a fraction of a piece of chicken after a while, bro.
Childish
So
solution.
I'm not gonna be caping for someone that could potentially hurt my quote unquote my people.
So you would deport all the immigrants?
All the illegal ones, like all the illegal ones, and I would tie up the border, bro. Like y'all can't come up in here, man. Like with a child separation, like when the parents separate from their parents, like okay, well you can reconnect with your kid, but you go back to your country.
That's a European way of thinking right there, brother.
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
What black people did in the '60s, man, they rallied, they protested, they progressed us along the way. That's what they gotta go to Mexico and do, man. Like bang on the system. Like you gonna come here, benefit off of what Black Americans did. Like
hold on,
man. Like go to your own country and turn up.
Go ahead.
I agree with Anthony on that. As far as the illegal immigration, the people that they don't have any, tracking of. I'm not saying they should go back home. I don't have an answer for that. But
they can commit crime and go back to Mexico.
We just heard you. Hold on.
But I agree with him on that. The illegal immigration, this country needs to get a handle on that. And I think everyone would agree that they need to get a handle on that, and we need to get these people identified. What to do with them, I don't know. I'm not going to say. But that does need to happen. They do need to do that. But Trump killed a bill that would probably have helped that situation along. But we can't ignore that either. We cannot ignore that either. He killed the bill a bipartisan bill that would have helped that along. I'm in agreement. These people need to be identified. Hence the reason Tim Walz wanted to give immigrants and those that are here driver's licenses and things like that, so that the police could keep track of them and monitor what they're out here doing on the road. So
and they can just make up
that.
And they can just make up a name too and put it on their ID as well.
No, you can't.
No, you can't,
Anthony. You can make a fake driver's
Hey.
license, but eventually you go.
I mean, are they bringing they're undocumented, right?
They got their documents. I'm pretty sure they got birth certificates from their country.
Well, not to
need to be documented. So he is right about. We need to keep track of these people in the shadows. I agree with you on that.
Sister Lisa, I unfortunately don't agree with you.
You don't? Why?
No. One reason why is because America, the United States, is a behemoth.
True.
So it's to be expected that there's going to be some people get in this country illegally. I want to make money off their ass too.
True, I agree with you.
I might even, just so I can keep track of them, I might allow that to happen and put them in like a little system, because most immigrants, African, Haitian, Latin, European, they got a system set up for those immigrant people to come in and find work, place to live, place to eat. I mean, I see it a lot here in Texas where a motherfucker come stay with a motherfucker for a couple of months and ain't got no papers. They gonna be illegal for the next 10 years. They gonna be in the United States and they go to work at a job here, a job there, a job here, pay their rent. Next thing you know, they got a truck. Next thing you know, they got their own little place, and then they got like 5 immigrants in there. I mean, hell, so, and I know they're spending money. and they're spending American currency in America at the corner store, at the Korea, that money is coming back. So I'm probably gonna be greedy, sis. I'm gonna have a market for that, just like I got a market for pornography. You know, I'm gonna have a market for everything. You know,
Nothing wrong with that. And see, that's how people are supposed to talk. I have my opinion. He has his opinion. I agree with his. You know, I don't have a problem with that. I see some people will look at it that way, but I look at it. The more people that we keep track of, the better. But like you said, you greedy. If you get something out of them, get it.
Well, I actually think we sort of agree, but maybe just difference in how it happens, because my underground system is gonna track them.
Okay, well then there you go.
You see what I'm saying? That's how you track them. Allow them. You know, it's almost like letting the criminal get away with the crime. How do you catch them? Let them think they got away. And that's usually when you catch them in the bed sleep, right? Same way. Let them think that they, you know, in the shadows, in the whole time. You know, I know you just went to that damn restaurant and you just went to that laundromat. I know you here. And I clock, and you know how I know you here? I clocked your dollars.
Right. Let me ask Anthony a question. What you keep saying that they're taking away? What are they exactly taking away from? I'm just curious. What do you think they're taking away from?
He ain't gonna answer that. I don't know why.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he basically said if more people sharing, there's less for us. Less of what? I'm really curious. Less of what?
Something about some chickens. He said something about some chickens.
Yeah, right. Not enough chickens to go around.
Whole point is, man, take care of home, bro. Like
I understand, but you're not answering my question. What? Less of what? What are they taking from the weak?
LGBT community, they chose their community. They're the LGBT community.
We're not talking about them right now. We're talking about immigrants and specifically about what you said. You said that they're taking away and there's less for us. Less of what?
And those people that are here are getting jobs that we could be, the job may be beneath you, but there are black people that could use those jobs.
They wouldn't have the motherfucking job then.
No, hold on. What jobs, Anthony?
Yeah.
No, he said jobs. So he being specific. Now I want to drill down. What jobs you talking about, brother?
Benefit them under the table and shit. They want them here because they're making money. They're doing illegal shit with them here.
Okay, so you ain't gonna answer me.
I'm listening. You know, you said that they're taking jobs that we could get. What jobs are they getting?
Like you always be condescending and you wrote in.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking the question.
There is none, Joe.
Yeah, because everybody that gets a job in America officially has to fill out an I-9 form. They can't fill out an I-9 form. So I'm curious what job that they're getting that we could get.
No, there are people working under the table now, Joe. Now, so
yeah, but we can't get the job, Tyrone.
Huh?
Yeah.
We can't get no job paying under the table.
Yeah.
So what jobs are they getting that we could get? We can't get no jobs paying. Those jobs are not for somebody giving us some jobs.
And unless you speak a second language, you ain't gonna get no construction job. They don't froze you the fuck out of that.
Yeah, well,
I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all. When I just had my roof redone, there was 3 people came around here one day, and then the next day, there was like 30 motherfuckers here, and they was all Mexican, and my roof was done in like 2 hours, and then they was gone. So I don't know.
Hire black people. Why you didn't hire black people? Why didn't you hire black people? They're lazy.
But I don't know if them people getting shitted or not with pay, Anthony. So I don't know if a black person would want to work for that. You know, that's more like slave labor.
They getting crap with pay.
Yeah, probably because black people demand insurance.
Yeah. When I say that, when I say 30 people,
a lot of shit. That's why we ain't on them bitch ass jobs no more. We done moved on to other better jobs that have insurance and put people into the middle class. We don't do those medium jobs no fucking more. That's what they want to go back to. You sound like one of them cracks.
Yeah, but see, and when you say they're taking out jobs, and that's what I was gonna say is I don't think that they're taking jobs because these people probably won't getting paid a lot. They were probably getting shitted. You know,
poor black people, man.
Huh?
Yeah. If these guys get hurt on the job, too bad. They're just fucked.
Like there are no more poor black people, man. Like niggas need jobs, man. Anything will help.
No, listen. Are you saying that black people need to take these jobs that pay like they pay the Mexicans? Are you saying that?
There's a lot of niggas that are down bad, bro, that could use that money, bro. Like you just assume that we're lazy, like without even I don't know. So
nobody. Okay, hold on, because Joe or Lisa just hit on it. Whenever these people was here, and if one of them would have fell off of that damn roof. You got to be covered, man. You see what I'm saying? You got to have some type of protection whenever you work in the United States of America. You just can't just. I hate it for these people that they in this predicament, but you telling black people that they need to give up their fucking right to work and be protected just because they want to compete with the Mexicans, and that ain't fair to black people, man.
Bro, like,
well, I don't. It doesn't, Tyrone. You know, if I may. Black folks were doing those jobs.
And they still are. But I'm just saying.
And some still are.
Yeah.
But black folks stopped doing that kind of work because of the very reason of what we talking about. Motherfucker get hurt and ain't got no workers' comp.
Yeah.
And blah, 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 and all this shit. So niggas say, fuck that. I ain't doing that kind of shit no more. I'm going to go get a job that if something happens, I get hurt. They gonna help me. So most of the time, black folks don't do the same job that an immigrant that snuck over here and don't want to get caught in the first place is doing. Okay, why would we behave like we snuck into the country and go take a job like that has no insurance? You can't complain about your pay. Yeah, you can't join. Ain't no union. I mean, what the fuck you expect black folks to do? Act like fucking immigrants, nigga?
Being that they're illegal immigrants, keyword is illegal, are they criminals?
Well, you said illegal. But brother, whenever you say they taking jobs that we have, you need to change. Right? You need to change that, man, because you need to.
They're not taking no jobs like that.
Yeah.
Black folks quit doing them jobs back in the fucking 70s.
Who you grew up around, bro, but I come from the ghetto. There's still more poor black
nigga, you ain't come from no different ghetto than I come from, and most of the niggas you see on the block that ain't going to no motherfucking job, they out on the block hustling, they know about that construction job the Mexicans down the street doing. They probably know a couple essays that could get them on, but they don't want to do that kind of fucking work.
How you gonna speak broadly like
now,
that?
How the fuck you gonna go and make? How you gonna go and make motherfucking Tyrone or Lil T or Lil Willie or Lil B take that motherfucking job that Mexican is out there doing, paving the street? You have to convince Lil B like to put that bullshit down and take a regular job. Now you can't put that. Like, you can't put that on the black community because Lil J, Lil T, Lil B don't want to take that bullshit job. They want a better job. If they gonna take a job, this is most of the young niggas I fuck around with when I was young, and you know what, niggas somehow still think the same way, even though it's different. But they say, man, why would I go do all that fucking work, and if I get hurt, I gotta, still pay bills at my house, and I ain't gonna get no motherfucking workman's comp or nothing because I don't have no insurance. Why? When I can go down here and work at Starbucks and be a fucking barista and get all of that shit. Yeah, you want a nigga to go dig a ditch just to do something, just to impress you.
I thought you.
That ain't black folks quit doing that shit in the 70s and 80s. When crack showed up, nigga, when crack left, niggas started getting jobs, regular jobs. They didn't care if it was Whataburger. They got a job that had insurance.
What a burger.
Niggas don't do that dumb shit no more. Only the illegal immigrant does that because they can't go and apply like a nigga can.
You shouldn't be able to apply at all because they're not illegal citizens. Like go through the proper channels.
No, you missing the point, man. I think.
I'm not missing the point.
Because most illegal immigrants get jobs through word of mouth, through their little network, through the network that they run into when they get across the damn line. Negroes, we on other, bro. We like 15 million. Bro. Even the most brokest nigga you see out there on the block is more wealthier than the illegal immigrant that crosses over into the mother. Do you understand that even a poor ass nigga, a motherfucker who peddles on the street, makes more money than most black people in the world?
What you're not considering though, mama's boy. What you're not considering though.
Making paper, more paper than most black people in the world.
But what you're not considering, if those illegal immigrants are pushed out, like that opens up the door for demand. They need people.
A nigga is not finna go do that job any fucking way. It's gonna, the reason why the white man still want the Mexican and the immigrant, the illegal immigrant, the reason why, I'm gonna tell you, Andy, because you can't see.
You're gonna have to raise your pay.
You can't get there, bro. I'm trying to help
your
you.
demands. Like, as long as they're here, they have options. That is my point.
Right now, just take a second, take a breath.
If they don't have any options,
I'm finna help you out. So the reason why the white man wants the illegal immigrant is because no matter what they do, no matter what they offer, black folks ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna catch nobody black in the field picking up
right now. That's why they can pay.
It ain't gonna happen.
That's why
they can pay those. In this motherfucker, nigga, ain't no Negro gonna pick no lettuce. It's not fitting. You find a nigga, crackhead or not, to go out there and pick some lettuce, nigga, I'll give you $100. Every day he go out there and pick that
sharecroppers, bro. Like, what do you mean?
You just sound stupid, nigga. You sound stupid like you do all the time.
There still are black sharecroppers in the South, bro. What are you talking about? Black people do that work.
You know, Mama's boy. You know, it's interesting.
They have options at this point, bro. With all those illegal people here, they don't have to come to us, bro. We don't have any power because they have options.
Niggas sound dumb.
Yeah. Well, that's when the argument starts to fall apart.
So you asked me the question, what would I do?
All you got to do is push it a little bit, rub it a little bit, and it all falls to pieces.
You asked me the question, what would I do with them, right? I'm giving you my answer on what I would do with them.
I can give you my answer, nigga. I'm moved on.
Yeah,
that would open up the door.
The other day I was talking to my neighbor. He's from the DR, right? And we were just talking about it. He's real conservative, strangely enough. And we were talking about the immigrants, because you see a lot of them in my neighborhood now. There's a lot of Africans actually in my neighborhood now, from Senegal and the Francophile African countries for some reason. And so I asked him, I said, why would they come to New York, the most expensive goddamn city in the country? And he said to me the most interesting thing. He said, when you get outside the U.S., right, because he's, like I said, he's from the DR. He's been here about 15, 20 years. Right? He said, most people know New York, and they think New York is America. They don't know about all these other states and cities and all that stuff like that. They think New York. And so he says, so they come here because they believe the hype that they see on TV. And I said, what? He said, yeah, you think you're the only ones that watch videos? He said, you think you're the only ones that watch Friends and stuff like that? He said, no, they see that stuff the world over, and they believe that shit. They believe that, you could be like Friends and live in nice apartments, and not have to pay rent and stuff like that. They believe that shit. And they said, but once they get here, that's, New York cracks them on their ass. And he said, a lot of these immigrants you see running around now, he said, they came in the summertime. They ain't been to the New York winter yet. He said, the winter goes thin all these motherfuckers out. He said, because you can't do food delivery on a motor scooter or on a electric bike in the ice and the snow. So he said, a lot of them came here with no plan, and they're gonna go right back home with no plan. But the point I'm bringing up though is, people come here, come to New York especially because of the glitz and glamour that they see on TV. They don't see the hard reality. They don't see the homeless. They don't see the cost. It's hard living here. Even the people that live here, struggle. So somebody coming from another country that don't speak the language and ain't got no skills, they in trouble. The point being again though is that skill set. In America, you're born with a certain degree of inherent privileges. You speak the language, you go through the educational system, which gives you a basic set of mental skills, but those mental skills open the door to the physical skills. Since you have a common language and a common heritage, like it or not, with white people that are born here too. These people don't have that. They got to work really hard. Most of the low-level gigs that you see here are immigrants. And if you're a black person and you get one of these gigs, they fucking laugh at you. They look at you and say, you was born here and this is the work you're doing? Seriously? Security guard, shit like that, low-level shit like that. Not to knock my security guards, because somebody's got to work and do that kind of work. But most of those people that do that here are Indian, East Indian. You see 60-year-old security guards, 65, 70-year-old security guards, and they East Indian.
Yeah, the hospital.
They're doing whatever they have to do. Yeah,
getting their paper, man.
Yeah, they do whatever they have to do to make ends meet. So
and Joe, we do the same thing, but we don't shift it. You see, Anthony didn't get the memo. We shifted to a different line of work because, like you said, we got smarter. Why the fuck I'm gonna go out here and bust my ass for $6 an hour, get fucking hurt, and nigga fire me, and I don't even get workman's comp or unemployment, but I can go up here and work. I can go up here and work at this newspaper, right, and get all of that. I might, most niggas might even sacrifice $1 of pay just for that insurance.
Yep. Most young people now are smart. They want that 401k. They looking down the road at retirement.
You finna go take no minor fucking job when run around here. Now think about this. Think about the ass backwardness that we just went through. Most Black Americans feel like they owed something anyway because our ancestors died building this raggedy ass country. Why in the fuck would we stoop ourselves back down to that level of where our ancestors had to fucking be, right? And do those remedial ass jobs for nickels and dimes. We actually perpetuating slavery all over, telling the white man, put me back in slavery because I just can't stop doing the work. Get the fuck out of here. We ain't gonna do that shit, nigga. That shit went out in the 70s, nigga. Them 70s niggas that would dig a ditch for $5 a day, just to motherfucking feed themselves. And we don't do that shit no goddamn more, nigga. We tell that nigga, you better go get a motherfucking Mexican, cause I ain't gonna do that shit, nigga. I can hustle on the block and make more. I can stand here at this corner and get $100 a day, standing here at this corner, and a nigga put money in my hand before I go dig a goddamn ditch for $5 a day. That ain't finna happen. Niggas done got smarter, bro. I don't know where the fuck happened. What year was you born, nigga?
They'll go do a quick job just to be. Huh? What are you talking about? Like, everybody didn't come up, man. There's poor people, dog. There are people that got.
What are you talking about? Who are poor people?
Well, if y'all don't mind, I'ma just. You says, I hear you. I just want to say this real quick. Well, Anthony, what you say sounds beautiful. If you can make it work, I will give you a hell of a pat on the back. But the first thing you're gonna have to do. The first thing you're going to have to do is quit trying to convince us, because everybody on this line is gainfully employed in some kind of way. So what you probably would have to do is convince Lil B, Lil Tom Tom on the block that ain't, the poor nigga that you talking about, you probably need to sit him down and convince him to go pick lettuce to pay so he could feed himself. That's what you gonna have to do, my nigga. Go ahead, sis.
Can't do that
No,
when they're
and
illegal.
mama's boy. And then we gotta be honest with them. White folks doing this too, but we're talking about our people. Or they will learn how to milk the system and get a Social Security, a crazy check, and have them pay their rent.
Exactly. Or some kind of way to grift the system before they go pick lettuce on a 101-degree day in Florida. Nigga, that ain't happening. That ain't happening, nigga. Ain't nobody doing that.
Only because of the pay. And that's something
you honestly think that? Don't you? Do you have a good memory? Do you remember when they was trying to get? Because remember, Trump had booted out a lot of immigrants. Hold on, brother. I'm trying to get to exactly what you're talking about. Remember, Trump booted out a lot of immigrants, and I remember this. I remember this clearly because they were asking. They had even went up in pay. They were asking Americans to come pick that produce that needed to come up out the ground because at the time all the immigrants was being stopped from coming over here that was actually coming over here seasonally to pick that shit and go back home. I don't know if y'all remember, this was during the Trump presidency. And they were offering big money for people to come out there and pick that lettuce, and not one Negro showed up out there.
You're making my point, nigga.
Not one Negro showed up out there. And so they changed the pay to fit American standards. And still no Black Americans went out there. It was amazing. I was laughing my ass off because I was like, I sure hope they didn't change the pay thinking Black folks was gonna show up out there. Because that never happened.
That is my point. You push them out, nigga, we can run it up. Like you need workers.
It doesn't matter how you run it up. Bro, you not even listening. What happened then proved what happened at that time. Bro, you constantly trying to talk while I'm talking. Say what you gotta say, nigga. Go on and just talk for about 35 minutes, even though you don't know what the fuck you saying.
But I'm saying you literally made my point though, bro. The reason they wrote the rate, the pay went up like that because of the immigrant that was they was kind of being hemmed up. So if they're not here, bro, we can demand shit.
How many Black people went out there, nigga? How many Black people went out there? What you talking about happened, nigga? So how many Black people showed up?
They didn't know about it. I don't know.
Yes, they did. The whole fucking United States knew about it.
They just wasn't aware. I don't know. If a nigga is poor, maybe
you can't explain. You can't explain your hypothesis not fucking working.
Or maybe you don't have cable to watch that shit or read that shit. I don't know, bro. Like everybody didn't know. But I'm saying, like,
that's a damn lie.
Niggas can tell you every episode of Love and Hip Hop. God damn.
It's just a losing fucking argument, and he won't give it up. He just gonna hang on to it like a dope fiend.
Go here. I wanted to go back to gay people being born that way. Like, and you bring it up, Love and Hip Hop, that's crazy, because I was watching it the other day. Is Saucy Santana dude. He his mom is writing a book on him.
I know. I know you watch it. I know. That's why I brought it up.
Older cousin was molesting him as a child, and he started liking that shit.
That just piqued your interest, didn't it?
My point is, I was trying to make a point that most gays, if not all, are they become gay because they're molested, touched in a way, or they're around women all the time and they pick up on their ways. They're not born that way.
That's not true.
They're not born.
Well, that settles it. You figured that all out, huh? Good job.
a baby coming out.
Anthony, I think you a perfect candidate to pick that lettuce.
Nah, listen, let me say this right here about what you're saying, brother. You can't tell people how they came to be or anything like that, because whenever you're looking at gay, if you look at this society, man, these people get shot at, beat up, killed, and all that kind of stuff. Nobody volunteers to do that. And even in your situation about the molestation, that's not voluntarily. You know, somebody got assaulted, and you know that kind of messed with them.
There are big muscular gays that be killing niggas, man. What are you talking about? Killing women?
Okay, I'm gonna finish with what I'm saying. Is that there's no way that we can't say that these people aren't biologically or chemically meant to be that way. We don't know. I don't know, and you don't either.
How is it? I mean, you wanted to source that up. I don't think they're not.
We've always had gay people in society. We've always had, dating back to the ancient times. So I mean, why we still have?
But I got a question. What business is it of mine? I mean, how nosy am I if I know that you are gay? Because the only way I would know you gay is if you didn't tell me. Is I would have to know something about your sex life.
I mean, they have the pride. They have
I said if I didn't know. I said if I didn't know. The only way I would know without you announcing it is I'd have to know something personal about your sex life. Because that's the only way you're going to figure it out. I'm going to either know something personal about who you dating or how you fucking. It's pretty simple.
Remind me how we went back to gays.
Well, you brought the shit up, nigga.
Right,
you brought the shit up. So I'm saying all that to say, you know, I'm pretty good at minding my motherfucking business. Maybe I'm an aberration. Okay. But you know, if I see somebody that I might suspect may be gay, I kind of treat them like I treat just about anybody that I confront in the world. I don't know you, don't trust you, and I'm gonna keep it pushing. So I ain't gonna really have some sort, like Ice-T say, you know, she wanna be les, he wanna be gay. Well, nigga, I'm straight. So nigga, have it your way. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna come kick your barbecue pit up because that will cause me to have to kind of figure out who you are, know more about you than I probably want to know in order to get over there and kick you. Why would I care enough about a gay motherfucker to be against his gayness in the first fucking place? Ain't I got bills, children, issues, a family, and a house, a life to take care of, nigga? I'm in my 50s. I'm trying to see my 60s. What that nigga doing on another nigga ass ain't got nothing to do with me.
Well, yeah, that's a good point there, Anthony. Why do you care about booty? Why do you care about booty love, man? What's up with that?
Bro, I'm not scared of gay people, bro. I'm talking about how they project the shit. If you don't attack my home personally, bro, I'm good. As long as you don't bring it in my house.
You brought it up though. Why are we talking about it?
Comes to my house when you project it on. It comes to my house when you project it on my screen. Like it don't matter what.
So you don't click on that button. It automatically comes on, huh? You don't click on shit, huh?
Bro, I'm talking about it could be on Hulu, bro. You could be watching a kid show and a gay ad will pop up talking about AIDS and shit that the kids shouldn't be witnessing.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Well, no, hold on. You may have a point. He may.
No. I don't actually think so, Tyrone. In a class A society.
Let me just say this. That he might have a point to where, you know, TV. I ain't looked at TV in forever. They may have people on TV that may be gay and all that kind of stuff, but they're not showing anything disgusting or anything.
You don't even Tyrone. This is crazy. This is crazy talk. This is
gonna
more
put
that
a
talk that I was
gauge.
talking to ABC about ostracizing people, and you think you're doing a good thing by ostracizing this one sect of people, and 30 years later it's you that sect of people, because that's kind of like how it works. It just starts rolling downhill after you disenfranchise one sect of people, and you learn that in American history. If you just pay attention,
Yeah.
I mean, hell, if you black, you pretty much know it. But back to what I'm saying, Tyrone. See, the crazy way to look at it is that these people have no right to be in society. But what America does is they know these people are in society. They know people gonna have questions. They know people gonna deal with them at the hospitals, grocery, whatever. So what society, especially television, tries to inform people about these people.
Right.
All right. So you're not walking into a LGBTQ person and you calling them gay.
Yeah, that's why I said if he did see it on TV, it won't nothing crazy. Whatever he's seen on TV.
It's just really and what Anthony is saying, stop informing me about these people existing. And I get it, but it's not possible in the American society blueprint. You need
and to be honest with you, I got issues with gay culture, but I can't even talk about it because every time you talk about it, these people bring out hate, and I don't even bring up the issues that I have, but I got plenty of issues.
Hey, well, Tyrone, can I say this real quick? Because I'm going to go. This is real quick. I remember I was like maybe 7. One or two of my cousins was there. My mom took us to a festival. And it was a great festival. We went to see. We never got to see anybody because something broke out. But we was excited. We was going to see all these people. They had celebrities and bands. When we were walking, it was a gay couple. I guess they were a couple. And it was 2 men that had their shirt off. And they was hugged up, kissing, doing the hard slob. And I remember my mother was like, come on, y'all, come on. And we was trying, and I was looking because I was confused. Oh my God, what's that? That's 2 men. I was confused. Then after we got home, she was like, y'all, come on, you just get on over here. So after we came home, I asked her, what was them 2 men doing? And this was her 20-something-year-old woman trying to explain, well, they're what you call gay. Now, as we all know, when you learn to read in school, gay means what? Happy. So, Miss Happy. So I said, so if they happy, 2 men, when they get happy, they kiss like that. And she was like, no, they don't. That's not what I mean. I was so confused. And she was like, well, she's trying to, because I wasn't old enough for her to explain that to. And then my father came in the room. And he was like, what was y'all at today? Why is she asking them kind of things? And she said, only thing she could say, because she couldn't explain it, I couldn't get it, was, well, when you get older, you'll figure it out. Guess what? That incident did not scar me. And my mother's inability to be able to explain it to me, because I would have been too young to understand.
In the first place,
right? Okay, it did scar me, and that's why trying to let children know that there is a community that's like that or whatever, then they will grow up with more tolerance and know about it. It's not that you pushing it off on somebody. Oh, well, this is what this is. Why don't you try it? You might like it. It's not that.
I haven't heard that yet either, sis. I haven't heard yet. I've yet to hear anyone of that community say, give it a shot. You might enjoy it. I haven't heard that sales pitch.
You don't hear that. But had my mother been able to...
No, they'll try to trick you into thinking they're a woman
my mother been able to explain it, and she couldn't. She was trying her best, but I was too young to understand it, even if she could.
Right.
But I was not scarred for life because I
Right.
felt that. I forgot
Exactly.
about it, moved on, and as I got older, I was able to comprehend what that was. But as a child, so maybe you need to tell your children that this exists. Ain't nobody, you can tell them to try it out. This is what this is.
I haven't.
So people will have a better understanding. You got to try it out.
Like,
You got to try it out.
and what makes me laugh is when people try to use, human deviance. I mean, listen, I hate to use the word deviant because, I don't think, well, nevertheless, people are people, evil people are swindlers come in all shapes and sizes, as a midget, as a gay motherfucker, as a non-gay motherfucker, a goddamn politician, So, I mean, people gonna do corrupt shit no matter what the fuck they are. Trying to use a corrupt motherfucker to, substantiate how you feel about gay people, bruh, nigga, that's childish. To think that somebody would believe what the fuck you saying. I mean, it's kind of like easy to see between those lines. You using one thing to justify another. You see how I just did it?
But y'all
So, I'm not finished, nigga. I'm not done, nigga. I'm still fucking talking.
That's all you do.
I'm still, well, goddamn it, then all you do, what you normally do is listen. Then, if all I do is talk, then sit there and shut the fuck up. So, the whole point that I'm making is, why aren't, I don't understand how your life isn't so involved that you don't see these people. Because my life is so involved. I went through a whole work day today and did not think of a homosexual. Not once.
Me either.
I mean,
so I am totally
confused
on how the fuck you get through your day.
Arguing that
if
they're
all
not
you
born
thinking
that
about
way.
is gay people shouldn't exist. They should be ostracized, and you need to get all these damn Mexicans that came over the border across the Rio Grande. You need to get them the fuck out this country.
You just keep talking, bro. You won't. Come on, man. You arguing with the wrong person. That's not my argument. I brought it back up because of what she said earlier about they're born that way. I disagree with that. I didn't say anything about hate them.
You don't have to. But guess what? You don't have to agree with it. That's fine. You don't have to agree with it. It doesn't. And you know what? It doesn't matter that you don't agree with it. It doesn't matter. Now there are people who choose to live that lifestyle, but for the most part, they're born that way.
That is a slippery slope because if they're born that way, you can come on, man, women people can easily come out and say my child is gay, and a 1-year-old could be considered a girl. A 1-year-old boy could be Caitlyn.
No. Take it back to
based on their parents doing bullshit.
Let's take it back to think of this. Take it back to ancient Rome. I'll just use that as a scenario. You see all of the art and the statues for all these men lined up with they chest out up on a chain, and you got other men leering down at them in the pictures. This has always been a thing. As we hit 2024, and people need to get past this. Y'all need to get past this. And like Mama's voice says, mind your business. It shouldn't affect you.
Why do y'all keep making it like I'm worried about their existence? I'm talking about them not them. Like you making it like I'm worried about their existence. I'm talking about them not being born that way. That was my only argument. Like y'all are arguing with old boys.
We shouldn't bang on you for bringing this shit up, nigga. You brought it up.
Argument. But you're misrepresenting me, bro.
I said I believe that they're born that way. You brought it back up because of what I said.
Yeah, but.
And guess what?
It has nothing to do with their existence.
No, you don't have to believe. You have to believe that. It doesn't matter what you believe, but what should do, as far as the law is, let them people be and let them exist. That's all. That's all anybody got to do.
Hey, Sister Lisa, he ain't gotta believe you. All he gotta do is fuck around and fuck with one of them. He gonna find out they exist or not, because they gonna put that shit on. They gonna put a lawyer on his ass. They gonna get up off in his pocket.
Are they gonna attach a hate crime to it?
Again, my only argument. Y'all are arguing with old boy. That's not my argument. So I don't know why y'all are painting a narrative like I hate gays just because I'm saying they're not born that way.
It's not y'all. Nobody paints a narrative.
Ain't no y'all. Right.
You gotta love some.
We just basing it off what you bringing up, nigga. You the one brought it up. We commented on it, and now all of a sudden we the wrong people. We doing something wrong to you because we commenting on some shit you brought up.
My problem is when they come on my
We didn't
TV
bring this
screen,
up from the beginning.
not appropriate, and it don't
bring
make
this
sense.
up from the beginning.
No, this nigga
We were
did.
talking about MAGA. We were talking
Right.
about MAGA and they foolishness. You introduced the LGBTQ. We wasn't even
He the
thinking
one
about
brought
that.
the whole thing up. Exactly.
No, I was talking about the trend that's going on, like all
So
Democrats.
now we need to just tell ourselves Anthony didn't say what we heard.
No, I'm telling you, that's when I brought it up, because there's a trend going on where I'm noticing, like, Democrats, like y'all all
You
hate
brought
when it
that
comes
up
to
out of
the
nowhere. Exactly.
LGBT
Like we
community
said,
and the immigrants.
you just listen. You just kudos
I'm letting
what
you
the
know I
fuck we
brought
just
it
said.
up. I'm agreeing that I brought that up.
No, you're not agreeing. You confessing.
You assume.
No, the words
I'm
came
not
out
a
of my mouth.
Democrat. I'm not. No. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat.
I'm speaking in general. I'm talking about most of the people on the call are Democrats.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that?
The way you talk. Like
Well,
most
see,
of y'all,
see, there you go assuming.
Thinking of
Why
black
don't you
Americans,
ask
they talk-
somebody? Hey, you like to act like you got some big ass nuts. You bravado champions of the world, but you ain't got the balls to ask somebody. You ain't got the balls to say, okay, Joe, what's your stance? Okay, Tyrone, what's your stance? Okay, Sister Lisa, what's your particular stance? You ain't got the nuts to do that. You gonna do the coward shit and just assume everything. You just assume it. You know, assuming makes you look like an ass.
Yeah, but you arguing with me tells me your stance.
I will tell you about myself. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent. But I am liberal leaning as it relates to social issues, different things like that. I'm liberal leaning when it comes to issues, social issues and things like that. I'm liberal leaning, but I'm not really right leaning on anything. I'm an independent, but I am liberal leaning when it comes to social issues of what the government should be responsible for, uplifting their people and causes and things like that. I'm liberal leaning as it relates to that, but I'm not a Democrat. And you'd be surprised. You probably find a lot of black people that are just like me. We're
And he do a lot of assuming. He do a lot of assuming around here.
You're breaking up. He would rather just, come in and start
Well,
talking.
she said she wasn't a Democrat. She said she wasn't. She was not a Democrat.
She went out.
Well,
I'm getting ready to shut down YouTube.
Guy in the room.
I'm getting ready to shut down YouTube, and if y'all still listening on YouTube, y'all can call in. I'm shutting down YouTube now.
And he for some reason think he's the smartest guy.
Oh shit, that ain't YouTube.